Good evening. I'm Armando Cuellar, President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This special board meeting is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:36, and I call this meeting to order. I'll now begin the roll call for each board member, starting with Mr. Isidoro Nieto.
Present.
Mrs. Jackie Sustaita.
Present.
Coach Jesse Trevino.
Present.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Present.
Mr. Mark de los Santos.
Present.
And Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Present.
Andrews?
He's
Okay. Let the record reflect that a quorum of board members are in attendance. Item 3, public comments. We have one. Will the, okay, let's follow a script here. Ms. Garza?
Pardon me?
We're going to follow a script, so.
Okay.
Identify yourself and give your address.
Diana Garza, 1011 East 10th Street, Mercedes, Texas.
Thank you. I'm going to read something here before we give you the floor. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of the board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place the subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in this meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. Okay, you have 5 minutes, Mr. Coach Trevino will let you know at the 4-minute mark that you have a minute left. You now have the floor.
All right. Good evening, school board trustees, and Dr. Valdez. Thank you so much for serving our students, our beautiful community here in Weslaco. I was not here to comment on any agenda item. I was going to comment on a student safety concern, but I was told that it has to be an agenda item. So I'm going to take this opportunity to address one of the agenda items, which is item 5B. I've noticed that you all have had several meetings. You know, you have put a lot of time and energy on 5B, and I would hope that hopefully tonight you all do the right thing and resolve that issue so that we can move this district forward and spend our energy on the students. So I thank you in advance, because I'm going to be hopeful that you put a closure to this and resolve the issue on Agenda 5B. So thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you, Mayor.
Item 4, discussion and possible action to rescind action taken by the board on March 8th, 2021 on changes to policy DC local employment practices. Dr. Valdez.
Welcome back, President Cuellar, first and foremost. Item number 4, This item was requested by the Board of Trustees. It is employment practices regarding DC local. Employment of all personnel is the subtopic in that agenda item, so I'm going to turn it over to the trustees.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Feita and a second by Mr. Los Santos to rescind the action taken by the board on the March 8th on changes to policy DC local employment practices. Do we have any discussion? If not, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name, or no if you do not approve. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mrs. Staita?
Aye.
Mr. Vino?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Item 5. Closed meeting to discuss. A, personnel matters, Texas Government Code 551.074. 1, employment of personnel, certified professional and non-contractual personnel. 2, resignations, retirements. 3, deliberation regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.071. A, consideration of the recommendation and possible hearing.
Mr. President, if I may, with respect to that particular item, I have conferred with opposing counsel, and he has elected that they would like to proceed in open session, so no need to announce it for closed session. He informs me that he's on his way. He's apparently caught in traffic, but he's asked that that hearing be held in open session.
So are we to wait for,
Why don't we just go ahead and go in, we have new hires, so let's go take care of that real quick.
okay, so while we wait, then we can address the other closed session items?
Yes.
And that would be the Part B, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation. B, a settlement offer. Or C, a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the Weslaco ISD under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code 551.071. This in order. The time now is 5:43, and we will go into closed session. The time now is 6:09, and we've reconvened from closed session. Okay, Part A, possible action if necessary on items discussed in closed meeting. 1, discussion and possible action on new employment, certified professional non-contractual personnel. Dr. Valdez.
Mr. President, recommendation is for approval of new employment, certified professional and non-contractual personnel as discussed in closed session.
Move to approve. Second.
We have a motion by Dr.
Yes.
Rodriguez and a second by Mr. Nieto.
No, Marcos.
Mark, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Is there any discussion on the? Okay, let's take it to a vote. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Ms. Expedityor?
Aye.
Mr. Trujillo?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Mark de los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
And I, okay, motion carries. 2, discussion and possible action on resignations and retirements. Dr. Valdez.
Mr. President, we have one retirement, and we are seeking your approval.
So move to approve.
We have a motion by
Mr. Nieto.
Mr. Nieto and a second by
Mark.
Mr. Los Santos. Any discussion? Let's take it to a vote. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Ms. Slater?
Aye.
Mr. Trujillo?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. We will now go to the consideration of the recommendation for the possible hearing of the mid-contract termination. We have asked for open session, so I will follow the script that I have. The next item on the agenda is to consider the proposed termination of non-Chapter 21 contract to Melo Segura. If at any time the board is to hear a matter involving the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, the matter can be heard in closed session unless the employee requests the matter to be heard in open session under Section 551.074 of the Texas Open Meetings Act. It is my understanding that Ms. Segura has requested that this matter be heard in open session. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We will now proceed. The board president will act as the presiding officer for these proceedings. Eloy Sepúlveda is also here to assist the board with any legal question that may arise. Before we begin the hearing, I will outline the procedures to be followed. We are meeting to consider the proposed termination of the non-Chapter 21 employment contract of Mrs. Segura. This hearing is governed by board policies DCE, legal, and local. For the record, a quorum of the board is present. I will act as the presiding officer. A record is being made of the proceedings before the board by recording. Please avoid talking when others are speaking so that the record will be accurately reflect the proceedings. Also, please speak only when it is your turn to speak. The transcript of what is presented here tonight, the relevant correspondence and documents relating to this matter presented tonight, together with the district's relevant policies and the agenda and minutes for this meeting, once approved, will constitute the official record of this meeting, of this hearing. This hearing will be conducted as an administrative hearing, and the rules of evidence do not apply. We will hold the parties to testimony which is relevant to the issues and which is not repetitive. If there are any disputes regarding the documents presented, I, as the president officer, as the presiding officer, will be the decision maker on the document's acceptance. I may seek assistance from Mr. Sepulveda for this purpose. I understand that the parties have already exchanged their exhibits and evidence at this time. Is this correct?
Yes, we've provided the administration's exhibits to opposing counsel.
Mr. President, or Mr. Trustee, I have not yet provided the documents I intend to put into the record. I'm happy to do that if you'd like me to do that.
Thank you. The exhibits and evidence have already been provided to the board members for review. Is there any further discussion regarding exhibits or evidence at this time?
Well-
Mr. Lincoln, copies of anything?
No, I've got copies for the official record and for the members and whoever else would like, but I have not yet put them in, and there's some legal ramifications after this that I need to make a clear record of those documents. So I'm happy to do that at any point if you allow me.
At this time, will the representative for Mr. Segura please state his name?
Yes, I'm sorry. My name is Rick Godinez. I represent proudly Ms. Seward.
Williams. Will the representative for administration please state their names?
I'm Craig Wood here on behalf of the administration.
This is a non-Chapter 21 contract termination hearing. The presentations of evidence will be determined by the parties. Each side will have up to 1 hour to present evidence, including opening and closing arguments, and direct presentation and cross-examination of witnesses. The hearing will proceed as follows. Administration will be allowed to make an opening statement to the board. Next, Mr. Segura will be allowed to make an opening statement. Following opening statements, the administration will make a presentation of evidence to the board, which may include witness testimony. Following administration's presentation, Mr. Segura may present evidence, including witness testimony. In addition to the time allotted to the presentation of evidence, each side will have up to 5 minutes to make the opening presentation and may reserve up to 10 minutes for a closing statement. Cross-examination of witnesses will be allowed, but will be limited to issues relevant to the proceedings tonight. Any cross-examination time will be charged against the party asking the questions. Mr. Coach Jesse Trevino will serve as timekeeper. Board members may ask such questions of the parties as necessary to aid their understanding of the issues, but are not responsible for evidence not presented by the parties. If any board members have questions, I would request that they refrain from interrupting or asking questions until both parties have completed their presentations so that we can maintain an accurate record of the time used by each party. Board members will each be given 5 minutes at a time to ask questions. Once all board members have finished, I will ask the board members whether there are any more questions. As part of this hearing, the parties may not ask questions of board members, and board members should not ask questions of each other. I will now ask each member of the board, can you consider the testimony and other information offered at this hearing and render a fair and impartial decision on the issues before this board? If anyone feels that they cannot do so, the board members should not participate in the hearing. Okay. Mr. Isidoro Nieto, can you consider the testimony and other information offered at this hearing and render a fair and impartial decision on the issues before the board?
Yes.
Mrs. Ustaita, can you consider the testimony and other information offered at this hearing and render a fair and impartial decision on the issues before the board?
Yes.
Coach Jesse Trevino, can you consider the testimony and other information offered at this hearing and render a fair and impartial decision on the issues before this board?
Yes.
Dr. Rodriguez, can you consider the testimony and other information offered at this hearing and render a fair and impartial decision on the issues before the board.
Yes.
Mr. Mark de los Santos, can you consider the testimony and other information offered at this hearing and render a fair and impartial decision on the issues before this board?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gonzalez, can you consider the testimony and other information offered at this hearing and render a fair and impartial decision on the issues before this board?
And before you answer, can you show your
Yes,
face,
sir.
please?
I think he heard you.
Yes, sir.
Can you show your face, please?
Coach, can you hear me?
No, we can hear you.
Andrew, can you turn your camera on?
Okay, thanks.
Okay. We have a visual, so we're good to go, Mr. Sepulveda?
I have, I'd like to ask Mr. Wood, I don't know if, I believe Mr. Gonzalez, I don't know if he was present or not at the time when they hired Ms. Segura. Would that disqualify him of him participating here today?
It does not preclude him from participating if he indicates that he can render a fair and impartial decision based upon the evidence that is presented tonight.
Okay.
He's not disqualified.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. There being no board member who have said that they cannot be fair, okay, so this does not apply? Do I need to read what is here?
Yes, sir.
In its entirety, okay. There being no board members who have said they cannot be fair or impartial, we will proceed with the hearing. At this time, are there any questions regarding the conduct of this hearing?
None from the administration, no, Mr. President.
In the interest of ensuring fairness to both parties, I am revoking what is called the rule. This means that all witnesses, with the exception of Mrs. Segura and Dr. Valdez, will leave the room while other witnesses is testifying. After a witness has testified, he or she may not remain in the room. Until the hearing is completed, no witness may talk about his or her testimony or the testimony of any other person in the hearing with other witnesses or anyone else other than the lawyers representing the parties in the hearing. During any breaks in a witness's testimony, the witness must also avoid any discussions with board members or anyone else who heard the testimony. Please remember that you are under the rule both prior to testifying and after testifying until the hearing is concluded. Do any of the witnesses have any questions about their behavior while the rule is invoked?
I have some questions. I understood that Dr. Valdez would be a witness on behalf of the ISD, so I believe she would be subject to the rule. The board is here representing the board itself, which will make that decision. So I don't think she qualifies as a party representative for that purpose.
But she is a party representative, but the witness rule will apply to her. She will not have conversations with the trustees outside of this proceeding this evening until you come back and render a decision.
Mr. President, I think you've got a lot of people from your community watching this. I think they expect and want fairness out of this board, and I'm not sure that having a main witness, I did not make her a witness, council did, would achieve that goal with the public. Again, my understanding, and you have said that Texas rules and procedures don't apply, however, you're going to try to be fair and accurate. The way the Texas rules apply is that only the parties and their corporate representatives, of which she cannot be, since we have the full board here, are present during that rule and implementation. That's what the law is. Whether you decide to follow it or not is your business, but that's what the law is. So again, we would ask that in the interest of fairness and to the many people watching here today, that you be fair to both sides and invoke that rule with Ms. Valdez as well, or pardon me, Dr. Valdez.
And What I would suggest to the board president and the members of the board of trustees, Dr. Valdez will serve as my representative, the corporate representative, the administration making this recommendation. I will make sure that she does not have any contact with the board other than what occurs here in front of the board in open session. So her only discussions with the board regarding this matter are going to be the testimony that she's going to be.
So the question here is, are we going to compromise fairness by her presence?
I disagree, and I disagree with counsel. The whole purpose of the rule is so that witnesses can independently testify as to their knowledge. Mrs. Valdez is here. She's going to hear what the other witnesses say, and the rule is thrown about. You cannot have that invocation of a rule with a witness like that. That's my opinion, but obviously it's up to you.
It is standard procedure in district court proceedings that the parties are able to identify a representative to serve as the representative of the client, as a client representative with respect to the presentation of evidence. Ms. Segura will be entitled to be here. She likewise may be called upon to testify, and she will have heard the testimony of all witnesses who presented today. But that is standard procedure, is that each party has a party representative.
Okay.
Again, I'm not trying to say that Dr. Valdez is entitled to have any contact with the board outside of this. I'm saying she's entitled to be here during the presentation. And it does not affect the fairness of this proceeding, nor does the presence of Ms. Segura affect the fairness of this proceeding, even though both of them will have the opportunity to hear the presentation of evidence in its entirety.
With all due respect, Mr. President, being able to look at your accusers and to counter what they say is paramount in our system of justice and in the Constitution. That's the whole purpose of the rule. And I guess, yes, this board could say, oh, she's our representative, and forget that rule. But to me, that really doesn't give, I think, the sense of what this community is looking for, of having a very fair hearing, because all 6 or 7 of y'all are here. How could y'all not represent the board, the elected more, as its representative, than all 6 of y'all being here today? So I don't agree with how he's characterizing it. I see that rule completely different. I think that he is right, though. You have the right to designate her as a representative. She has the right by the Constitution to look everyone in the eye and to ask questions and to be able to counter what's been said about here, not only in reports that we've seen, but in the public square. And so we believe that fairness would require that any witnesses who are not being accused, like she is, be required to follow the rule as you decided to implement.
I'll say one final thing. I'm not designating her as the representative of the board.
Right.
I'm designating her as a party representative with respect to the presentation of the administration's case with respect to the proposed termination. So she is the party representative that I identified, just as Ms. Segura is a party representative. And it is not unusual in termination hearings, much less in court proceedings, for party representatives to be present and assist counsel with respect to the presentation of evidence.
I personally,
The objection, I will also add, the objection has been stated for the record, and it'll be part of the record to the extent that counsel intends to challenge it.
I personally believe as interim superintendent, she should have the opportunity to be here with a team of 8, like we work together. She's been here already a couple of months, so I personally believe she should be part of the decision-making process here tonight.
And as stated, we're going to follow legal's recommendation and proceed with what we have it in order, so thank you. Mr. Wood, would you like to make an opening statement? If so, how much time would you like to reserve for an opening statement?
Mr. President, I think I need less than 3 minutes to make my opening statement.
3 minutes.
While they have an hour though, correct?
The
complete
entire,
time? So that's what I'm gonna record, is an hour, and then just,
yes.
Track
And any time that they use anything, that would be used against their total time, correct? Mr. Godinez, would you like to make an opening statement? If so, how much time would you like to reserve?
I would, and I'll take as much time as Mr. Wood is requesting. To clarify, are you saying that we're going to get an hour apiece for the entire presentation, including cross-examination?
That's what I read from the script that I have.
So after an 8-month, $325,000 report used, as I understand it, to establish just cause, she gets an hour.
Yes.
Mr. President, I understand that the board has the latitude to adjust the times as are necessary to the extent that opposing counsel does not feel like that allows him adequate time for presentation. I'm sure the board will entertain a motion to extend that time. I'm just estimating that with respect to my presentation, I don't think my presentation in chief will take longer than that.
Well, like we say, we're here to do what's fair for everybody, so. Again, for the opening statement,
The statement honors Mr. Wood. 3 minutes.
Mr. Wood, you may proceed with your opening statement.
Good evening, Mr. President, trustees, and Dr. Valdez. I won't spend much time previewing the evidence. What I will suggest to you is that, as you are aware, the district commissioned an independent audit with respect to issues of finance and operation. That independent audit performed by the Weaver firm resulted in a report, in particular report number 1, dealing with issues relating to human resources. That report is dated September 10th, 2021. Approximately 2.5 weeks later, Dr. Valdez issued a letter, hand-delivered a letter to Ms. Segura, advising her that she was proposing the termination of Ms. Segura's non-Chapter 21 contract based upon issues that were discovered, revealed, and documented within the Weaver report. A copy of that notice letter from Dr. Valdez to Ms. Segura has been provided to opposing counsel. It's dated September 27th, 2021. It is made a part of the record here this evening. It sets out with respect to the reasons for Dr. Valdez's proposal, the justifications and the rationale upon which she based her recommendation for termination, advising Ms. Segura under board policy DCE legal and DCE local that she has the right to the hearing that she has requested here this evening. I will ask that the Weaver report number 1, also be made a part of the record. It has also been provided to counsel, along with the exhibits and appendices thereto. Those have been provided to opposing counsel as well. I will present through Dr. Valdez and from a representative from the Weaver firm the findings and the concerns with respect to Ms. Segura's employment. I will ask that the board conclude, based upon the review of that evidence and any challenges to that evidence that are offered by Ms. Segura and her counsel, I will ask that the board conclude that good cause exists based upon your board policy and based upon your educator standard of conduct, that good cause exists to terminate that non-Chapter 21 contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Segura may now proceed with her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's good to see you. I hope you're feeling better. Trustees, Dr. Valdez, my job here is to discuss with you what is good cause, because that is the only way legally that you can terminate Ms. Segura today. My job is also to point out the fallacies and misinformation that will show in the court. And in that regard, we will provide a first draft that was provided to this board, but yet not implemented. We will provide various documents that were provided to us that show 3 board members consistently directing the shape, form, and object of the investigation. And then it is my hope to share my experience with this board about the potential danger not only this board faces, but individual members of this board, because political retaliation is not something that only you can sue a school district. I'm very, very clear. The evidence we'll show provides that Ms. Segura has had a stellar career since 1997 in this district, working all the way up from data analyst to your HR director, as you know. We will provide evidence in terms of her testimony. It will be only her testimony. And by the way, we'll provide all of her personnel or employment evaluations, her personnel evaluations. We only went back to 2013 since I wanted to go 2 years before she became the director. So you can see how well she's been valued by every single superintendent prior to the one you have here today. And at the end of the day, I'll ask you that same question. What's good cause? Because I hope that you'll be able to see, as I've seen, that there is no good cause in the report that was prepared for this board. Thank you.
Mr. Wood, you may now present the administration's evidence.
Mr. President, if I may have just a second, Mr. Weaver is signing on from remote, and so if I can get help from the tech folks.
This is Travis Kastner. I'm on.
Okay. Mr. Kastner, if you would, introduce yourself for the members of the Board of Trustees.
Sure. My name is Travis Kastner. I'm a managing director with Weaver in the Forensics and Litigation Services practice.
And Mr. Kastner, how did you and the Weaver firm become involved with Weslaco Independent School District with respect to an audit, a forensic audit of the finances and operations of the district?
Sure. We received a RFQ, I believe it was Christmas Eve of 2020, for a forensic audit related to a review of district finances and operations. We put together a proposal that we submitted to the school district in January of 2021, and we were engaged in February. And I think shortly around that time, we had participated in a board meeting, open meeting workshop where we discussed the scope of work that would be part of our review, which is fairly common in these types of matters. We've done, I know I've personally been involved in 10 forensic audits / investigations in the past 2 years, and typically the RFQ document, is intentionally vague for, good reason. And our standard process that we've followed in all of these is, once we're engaged, the first step, phase one, is really to have a discussion with the leadership of the district, typically the board members and superintendent, and discuss the areas of focus. It really helps to identify the areas that are part of the scope. It's not effective to review all operations, and determine the timeline. And so that's what was the subject of the February 10th, 2021 board meeting. And so that was kind of how we became involved in this engagement.
Mr. Kastner, you've been provided a copy of the report number 1 that was issued by the Weaver firm, which is a 74-page document issued by your firm with respect to the work that you did for Weslaco Independent School District?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And I note that that particular exhibit has on page 1 of the report a section entitled Scope of Work. Can you inform the Board of Trustees, and I think you've spoken to that briefly, but can you inform the Board of Trustees how it was that the scope of work with respect to the independent audit to be conducted by your firm, how that scope of work was determined?
Sure. And as I mentioned previously, during the discussion with the board on February 10th, 2021, essentially we heard some of the concerns and areas that the board mentioned that they felt should be included in this review. The One of those areas was a review of financial expenditures going back to September 2014. So that was, about $1 billion worth of expenditures and covers, all the departments and transactions. And then, separate from that, there was also concerns related to human resources, and some of the specific items that were mentioned were, hiring practices. I believe the concerns mentioned were, concerns about inequity in the hiring practices, unfair hiring practices, potentially that they wanted to have reviewed. There was some concerns about job descriptions. There were some concerns about pay raises and compensation, as well as, they wanted to have the policies and procedures for the HR department, reviewed to determine if, they are following best practices, and then also asked us to look at the organizational structure for the district.
In examining that report, there are, beginning on page 1 and continuing on to page 2, there is a description of the various tasks that your firm reports having engaged in order to conduct this audit. Is that an accurate reflection of the services that you perform for Weslaco Independent School District?
It is, and I think as we stated in here, there may have been some additional work steps that were taken, but yeah, this is, covers a lot of the, work steps that we took, as part of this review.
And in undertaking this review and performing these work steps that are described in this report, did you identify concerns with respect to the Human Resources Department? And more specifically, did you identify concerns with respect to issues relating to Melva Segura?
We did, and in the report number 1 that you mentioned, the way that we've outlined those is consistent with those scopes of work with it that fall under the category of human resources, which were the hiring practices, job descriptions, the salary, compensation, organizational structure, and policies and procedures. And now, not all of this is going to relate to Ms. Segura, but to answer your question, what we've outlined in the report is, some of the findings that we had related to hiring of, family members. First, I think we had some observations related to the circumstances that led to Ms. Segura being hired as the HR administrator in 2014, and then shortly thereafter being promoted to the HR director. It was around that same time that Ms. Segura's son and daughter were both hired by the school district. We noted in the report that the recommendation for employment to the superintendent was from Ms. Segura that she signed, that was submitted to the superintendent for approval. We identified some other instances where individuals from the district who were involved in the hiring and served on interview committees at different campuses, that the individuals they had recommended for certain positions were not presented to the board, and they were essentially told that they would need to hire or recommend somebody else. And at least one of those cases, an individual informed us that Ms. Segura had discussions with them about either recommending a different candidate or hiring a permanent sub in lieu of the individual that they had previously recommended. There were, several findings that we had related to job descriptions. I think we noted that around 160 of the 280 job descriptions that we reviewed had not been updated since September 2014. There were, several instances where job descriptions, the qualifications and education requirements that were listed on the job descriptions, the individuals hired for those positions did not meet those qualifications. We also looked at the district's compensation plan and some of the revisions with respect to pay scale and reclassifications, and noted some what I would call inconsistencies with respect to the process outlined in the compensation plan for reclassification of positions that we have identified in the report. So those were, at a high level, some of the findings that were documented in report number 1.
Your report speaks to this in more depth, but was it your conclusion, based upon the policies and procedures of Weslaco Independent School District, that Ms. Segura had failed in her role as the Director of Human Resources to follow those policies and procedures with respect to things like job classification and job requirements?
We did identify the instances where there were inconsistencies with the example that I just mentioned with the compensation plan and reclassifications, where there were, the instances where it did not adhere to the procedure that was outlined in the plan. So yes, there were the instances that meet that criteria.
Again, your policy makes reference to this in much greater depth, but you had access to the district's payroll positions, you had access to their payroll information, to their job descriptions, to their policies, et cetera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was there any information that you felt like you were lacking with respect to your ability to analyze the finances and operations of the district?
No, I believe that we were able to, to the best of my recollection, I believe that we did have the ability to, review the information that we needed for this engagement.
I want to address an issue that's been raised by opposing counsel in front of the court, but also in front of the Board of Trustees this evening. And he has suggested that this fraud, this audit was in fact fraudulent, and that the findings of your firm, the Weaver firm, are somehow tainted. First of all, were you hired to target any individual or any department with respect to coming to particular conclusions?
No, we were, as I mentioned, we assigned the scope of work, which included a review of the Human Resources Department back to September 2014, and with respect to the hiring practices, reviewing job descriptions, policies and procedures, et cetera. And, we did have, I think during the February 10th, 2021 meeting, there was a discussion about, board members were free to contact Weaver as part of this review. There's not in some cases, there's a subcommittee or an audit committee that, we would meet with, but that's not always the case. And we wanted to, ensure that there is an open line of communication, and in any information that we were provided, whether it was concerns, allegations, et cetera, our job as forensic investigators is to independently corroborate that, and that's what the report shows, and you'll see there's 131 exhibits in report number 1 and 6 appendices, and I would say more sentences than not end with a footnote that references a exhibit number, which are all of the exhibits are source documents ranging from emails, records from the HR department. We also had evidence in the form of interviews and discussions with individuals, and so all of the information that's in the report, you'll see the documentation and that corroborates those statements.
You perform these types of independent forensic audits for other entities. Is this the typical procedure that members of the entity will give input with respect to possible concerns that ought to be examined?
It is. As I mentioned, we've done a number of these types of engagements, and that is the common approach that we take is to solicit the input of the board, and then our job is to independently conduct a review and present our findings based on what we have corroborated or not corroborated.
Now, with respect to the outcome of the, what was eventually became your report number one, it's been mentioned that there was a draft that was shared with the Board of Trustees at a particular point in time. Can you explain the circumstances under which your firm may have shared the original draft of this document?
Sure. So we have, similar to the other engagements, we've always, our process is to, share, and it may be one draft, there may be, in other cases, we've shared multiple drafts, and that's really meant to provide a means of discussion of where we are with the board, and, it's typically the drafts are our work papers and are confidential. When we submit the final report, then it becomes the board's report, and they have the decision to maintain that confidentiality, or if in some cases it's shared publicly. But we typically provide a draft as a means of giving an update to the board for representing kind of the preliminary or interim findings at that point in time in the process.
Did anyone on the Board of Trustees for Weslaco Independent School District attempt to influence your firm with respect to items to be included in addition to the things reported in the initial draft, or things to be excluded from that initial draft?
No, the only thing that I can recall was, there was a request to change the color on a chart that summarized the tenure of the board members, just to make it easier to read. But that was the only, input that I can recall from the board.
And based upon your experience as an independent forensic auditor, are you satisfied that the items reported and the conclusions reached within report number one are based upon corroborating evidence that was available to you and was included as either an exhibit or an appendice to your report?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And do you personally, Mr. Kastner, have any personal motivation with respect to anything that might involve Melva Segura?
No, I do not.
I will pass the witness.
Mr. Chairman, we don't have any questions for Mr. Kastner, but we would call him in our case in chief. So
Okay,
please take him off, and we'll call him back during my case.
The script says that after the questions of the witnesses, that you may cross-examine them?
That's correct. I also have the ability to call him in a case in chief, and I prefer to do that as opposed to cross-examining now.
Okay, and then after that, you have, Mr. Wood can have the opportunity to ask additional questions of the witness
That's correct.
after the cross-examination. So, Mr. Wood?
Mr. President, at this point, I will call Dr. Chris Valdez, the interim superintendent, to explain her interpretation of the results of the Weaver audit and her own conclusions with respect to its application to Ms. Segura's performance or lack of performance in some instances of the duties that she held.
Mr. President, can I just get confirmation from whoever your IT guy is that Mr. Kastner is no longer
It's right there.
involved? He's no longer. Thank you.
Ready? Okay.
I'm Dr. Chris Valdez, Weslaco ISD Interim Superintendent. This is my presentation for recommendation for termination of a non-Chapter 21 mid-contract employee of M. Segura. And Mr. Martinez, you have the slide presentation? Thank you. My first slide indicates board policy, Weslaco ISD board policy, DCE legal, employment practices, other types of contracts. I did highlight termination and the subheading mid-contract. that an employee may be dismissed for good cause before the completion of the term fixed in his or her contract. The procedures before any employee on a contract not governed by Chapter 21 of the Education Code is dismissed, the employee shall be given reasonable notice of the cause or causes for the termination set out in sufficient detail to fairly enable him or her to show any error that may exist and the names and the nature of the testimony of the witnesses against him. Next slide. Due process does not mean that the employee keeps their job regardless of what happens. Due process means that certain protections are available, such as being given the opportunity to be heard at a hearing and being given advance notice. Next slide, please. I did that. I provided notice on September 27th, 2021. Ms. Segura received formal notification with sufficient detail with the names of the possible witnesses as required by DCE Legal. And you have the notice that was provided to her on that day. You have on the next slide, please, hearing date for recommendation for termination. She was previously notified on September 27th, 2021, and it was now moved to a special board meeting that was going to be held Tuesday, October 5th. I did provide on the next slide a visual representation of the calendar of events. She was given the notice of recommendation for termination on Monday, September 27th. We had a board workshop and special board meeting already scheduled. General counsel advised that we proceed with that hearing, possible hearing, and move for termination, for possible termination on the 28th. We then amended that. She was then given an amended correspondence on Thursday, September 30th, with another special board meeting to be held on Tuesday, October 5th at 5:30 p.m. That's reasonable time. We had another special board meeting, October 28th at 5:30 p.m. We are now November 3rd, 2021. That is enough time. I will now proceed with why I made the recommendation and the basis for the recommendation, which was based on the findings of Weaver and Tidwell LLC, an independent audit firm. Please note that my recommendation comes only from unacceptable practices in the Human Resources Department under her leadership with regards to violations of district policy and unethical practices. Next slide. This slide indicates Ms. Segura's HR department leadership, which she led for approximately 6 years and 3 months. She began her leadership role on November 17, 2014, when she was board approved to be HR administrator. She goes on to be board approved on September 14, 2015, as the Director of Human Resources. And later, on March 22, 2021, she was reassigned to grant writer. So for over 6 years, she led Weslaco ISD's Human Resources Department. On the next slide, Ms. Segura violated the following. She violated policy DH Local, Employee Standards of Conduct. And I'm going to read each one that was stipulated on that notice that I provided on September 27th. Each district employee shall perform his or her duties in accordance with state and federal law, district policy, and ethical standards. Next, each district employee shall recognize and respect the rights of students, parents, and other employees and members of the community, and shall work cooperatively with others to serve the best interests of the district. Next, each employee shall comply with the standards of conduct set out in this policy and with any other policies, regulations, and guidelines that impose duties, requirements, or standards attendant to his or her status as a district employee. Next, any violation of any policies, regulations, or guidelines may result in disciplinary action, including termination of employment. She also violated Policy DH Exhibit, the Employee Standards of Conduct. And I will read an excerpt on the next slide from the Educator's Code of Ethics. The Texas educator, in maintaining the dignity of the profession, shall respect and obey the law, demonstrate personal integrity, and exemplify honesty and good moral character. This is taken from the Texas Educator's Code of Ethics, issued on 1/12/2021 through Update 116. These are the Educator Code of Ethics standards that I noted in the notice dated September 27th, 2021. Standard 1.1, the educator shall not intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly engage in deceptive practices regarding official policies of the school district, educational institution, educator preparation program, the Texas Education Agency, or the State Board of for Educator Certification, SBEC, and its certification process. Next, Standard 1.4, the educator shall not use institutional knowledge or professional privileges for personal or partisan advantage. Next, Standard 1.7, the educator shall comply with state regulations, written board policies, and other state and federal laws. Next, Standard 2.3, the educator shall adhere to written local school board policies and state and federal laws regarding the hiring, evaluation, and dismissal of personnel. And next, and finally, Standard 2.6, the educator shall not use coercive means or promise of special treatment in order to influence professional decisions or colleagues. The next segment of my presentation includes reasons for recommendation to the Board of Trustees for termination. Failure to fulfill duties and responsibilities as Director of Human Resources. Next, incompetency or inefficiency in the performance of duties as Director of Human Resources. Next, failure to meet the district's standards of professional conduct, specifically Segura's conduct, constitutes an abuse of authority and position as Director for Human Resources. And finally, failure to adhere to district policies, administrative regulations, and procedures. The next segment of my presentation is only a sample of compelling evidence. In fact, in my research that I'm still conducting, I have uncovered other.
Wait a second, I'm going to object. We're supposed to be given notice of everything that you're claiming about.
I'm not including it.
I'm, just a minute, ma'am, I'm talking, please. I gave you the same first. If there are going to be other things that she's saying, wait a minute, now I'm finding all this stuff, then we need that information. I mean, the law is very clear that you have to give specific notice of the things you're complaining about. And with all due respect to Dr. Valdez, she's now trying to bring up things that she thinks she'll find. So I don't understand what that's about. Frankly, I don't understand what this is about. I would request that this exhibit be made part of this record. So, because I have a really good feeling this is going to be helpful down the road. So.
This exhibit?
Yes.
It's provided in the exhibits
It was not provided to me, ma'am. This was not provided to me. I'm sorry.
It's in the exhibits.
I'm asking that this whole presentation you're doing be included as an exhibit in your record so that I have access to it down the road.
That's fine.
I have a feeling it would be very helpful. Now, if you have other things that you want to complain about, Ms. Segura, let's do it. bring it and we'll reschedule this and do it another time. But she's entitled to address those things that you've already said now. And that's why we're here now.
If I can respond. The items that are included within this presentation are all included within the appendices and exhibits or the report itself provided by the Weaver firm, and those have all been shared with council. And they are also all referenced within the September 27th letter. With respect to any other items that have been uncovered since then, we ask that the board not consider those with respect to its decision as to whether or not root cause exists. I think that
Can you please direct your witness then not to bring it up and try to shame the jury here?
we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
You have investigated based upon the
Correct.
receipt of the report.
And this is a sample. And I'm using the word sample because I'm not including every
Mr.
item on there.
President, I'm sorry. This was the whole reason why I wanted to have her so that the people could see that this is fair. But it's not. She's in there trying to, by her own counsel saying, you know, you shouldn't bring that up, now trying to bring it up. The decision was made. We'll live with the decision. I'm here to do my job, okay? But I can't do the job if somebody says, hold on a minute, there's other things we're going to find here, just you wait. This is not right.
Council's objection is noted. And again, the only thing that we're asking the board to consider is the information from the report, Dr. Valdez's review of that report. The report and the appendices, the exhibits, have all been provided to council. He knows that this is evidence that's coming in and that's going to be considered by the board. And I'm fine with including Dr. Valdez's PowerPoint presentation along with the report and the appendices to the report and the exhibits to the report, as well as that September 27th notice letter. I'm fine with that.
These are from the exhibits, and the first one is demonstrating the qualifications and dimensions for a WISD HR administrator or director. And I'm just highlighting the master's degree in educational administration, mid-management certification, and at least 5 years' experience as a school administrator or comparable experience directly related to staffing schools and school-related sites. The next slide has to do with the standards of the Educator Code of Ethics. The educator shall not intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly engage in deceptive practices regarding official policies of the school district. As noted in the notice for termination dated September 27th, she failed to model leadership. As the leader of Weslaco ISD's Human Resource Department at the time, Ms. Segura did not have the credentials or experience required for Director of Human Resources. However, she applies for the position. 2, failure to update job descriptions. 161 of 280 job descriptions had not been revised since 2014. A site coordinator job description revisions occurred after the hiring of 10 A site coordinators in August 2016. They were hired with a job description that noted a master's degree required, and no master's degree none of them had master's degrees. Another example, parent specialist qualifications not relevant for the position. Some of those included where they needed to have a bachelor's in English, communication, or some other bachelor's degree. The next slide shows a forensic audit letter of engagement and direction provided by Dr. Canales and the law office of Eloy Sepulveda, just noting to comply with directives and including the destruction or deletion or alteration of any business records could result in disciplinary and legal action. And I understand that at that time, HR department was in the midst of altering or modifying some records. 3, failure to adhere to practices and procedures in the Weslaco ISD compensation plan, and these are all findings from the audit. 32 positions added, construction manager position not in the compensation plan. 17 instances in which a position was reclassified to another pay grade, and approximately 300 employees received salaries above the maximum for their assignments. The next slide indicates where reclassifications are to occur, and these come from the compensation plans that were board approved. I highlighted salary adjustments cannot be made for contract employees after the beginning of the contract term unless they're approved for the following circumstances. If the job is reclassified upward due to a significant and sustained increase in assigned job duties and responsibilities, and some of these were not. If the job is reclassified due to organizational changes and the employees being paid within the assigned pay range, there will be no immediate pay increase, and there's evidence of that. If the job is reclassified due to a change in the competitive job market for hard-to-fill positions, and some of these were not hard-to-fill positions. The next slide provides an exhibit from pay grade 203 in reference to the assistant director, athletic director. You notice the different pay levels for that particular position. And I note there, assistant athletic director began his 2019-2020 contract term on July 1st, 2019. Board of Trustees approved the 2019-2020 WISD compensation plan on August 26, 2019, after the fact. And to date, this position remains at pay grade 103. Change was only made on the compensation plan on paper. Number 4, influence the recommendations from the interviewing committees before the candidates went to the board for approval. And this exhibit shows a timeline for the hiring of the 10 ACE site coordinators. I highlighted August 15, 2016. Ms. Alanis submitted recommendation for employment forms to Ms. Segura for Mr. Valdez and Ms. Mireles for the remaining 2 positions. 8 had already been filled, and 2 remained. On 8/16, Ms. Salas emailed Ms. Segura to get additional information about the position. Between August 18th and August 19th of 2016, additional interviews conducted with 7 candidates for final 2 positions, including 3 candidates who did not apply to the July job posting, which were Ms. Cano, Ms. Douglas, and Ms. Salas. On August 19th, Ms. Alanis once again submits recommendation for employment forms to Ms. Segura, recommending now Ms. Cano and Ms. Salas. The next slide, I note, one of the duties and responsibilities of a director for human resources is recruitment. However, the timeline in this case indicates that 2 recommendations had already been made and submitted to Ms. Segura. An exhibit is, you have an email to the secretary from Ms. Segura to directing her to please process the recommendations and to add them to the agenda. And the next slide indicates the exhibits that were processed and to be submitted on the agenda, which you see Mr. Valdez and Ms. Mireles. As an HR director, she had already received the committee's recommendations on August 15th. She asked to have them processed and to be put on the agenda. She knows that, but yet she adds more individuals to the candidate list to be interviewed. That's not recruiting. That is changing the process, amending the hiring process. There's an exhibit provided by the firm where Ms. Salas emails Ms. Segura indicating that she had talked to her about the position. There's another exhibit between direct messaging between 2 employees, and there's a highlighted piece where Ms. Salas indicates, and the fact that she brought it up to me makes me feel that this could be a possibility for me. Another reason, number 5, added a candidate who did not apply for a campus administrator position to the list of applicants to be interviewed. There's an exhibit provided by the firm to Ms. Segura from an HR staff member. The next slide indicates the exhibit where this particular applicant to be facilitator at Weslaco East High School is not on the list. However, the next exhibit on the next slide shows that this individual is being recommended for instructional facilitator at Weslaco East. And the next exhibit, which is different than the first list of applicants and candidates, now includes the individual that was recommended to the board and approved to be campus instructional facilitator for Weslaco East High School. And next, and finally, a culmination of various reasons: failure to fulfill duties and responsibilities as Director of Human Resources, failure to meet the district standards of professional conduct, specifically Ms. Segura's conduct constitutes an abuse of authority and position as Director for Human Resources, and failure to adhere to district policies, administrative regulations, and procedures. This final slide indicates violation of Board Policy DK Local. This is correspondence to Dr. Canales, Superintendent of Schools at the time, from Ms. Segura, on the reassignment of 2 ACE site coordinators. On the bottom of that correspondence, that memorandum, Dr. Canales notes, and I quote, "Staff reassigned prior to my approval." DK Local says, under subheading Superintendent's Authority, all personnel are employed subject to assignment and reassignment by the superintendent or designee when the superintendent determines that the assignment or reassignment is in the best interest of the district. Dr. Canales noting staff reassigned prior to my approval. Dr. Canales, Superintendent of Schools, had not reassigned those 2 individuals. Clearly a violation of DK Local. And my final slide in closing, good cause has been clearly established for the recommendation of M. Segura's termination of her non-Chapter 21 contract.
Mr. President, at this time, I'll pass the witness to opposing counsel for examination.
Thank you. Dr. Valdez, I want to get some basic information real quick, and then we'll go into your allegations, okay? First of all, when you were appointed to the interim superintendent here in West ID, correct?
Yes,
What date was that, ma'am?
August 9th. A board approved August 5th.
Did you work for the district prior to that time?
Yes, I did.
And what years did you work for the district?
1992 or 3 to 2014.
Okay, so before Ms. Segura was in the HR department that you're complaining about now, correct? Yes,
What was your question?
ma'am?
I
Calm
can't,
down.
I
We'll
oh, I
do this
couldn't hear you.
together, Okay, you don't need to yell, it's all right.
Oh, I can't tell, I can't hear you.
So let me ask you again. You were not working for the district during the period of time that Ms. Segura started working in the HR department, is
Correct,
that correct?
correct,
So whatever recommendation, just so I'm understanding, whatever recommendations you're making, they're not based on your personal knowledge of her work ethic, correct?
correct,
They're based solely and 100% on the audit, the independent audit. that was
correct,
done.
independent audit.
Right, okay. All right. I'm a pretty simple guy. I'm just a contract lawyer, quite frankly. And I just want to know, and I'm curious, What do you think good cause is?
Exactly what I stipulated
So what you're stipulating is
and what I noted.
anything in that, you're taking that as 100% true, correct? That audit report, right?
Based on the documents that I reviewed, yes,
So
on all the
you're-
exhibits
I
and the,
understand,
yes.
ma'am. I think we already established you don't have any personal knowledge, we know that. You looked at the report and you said, hey, based on this, I think that's good cause and you should fire her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so my question to you is there anything other than those alleged policy violations that you would say is good cause?
No, just based on that information.
Okay. Do you guys here in Weslaco ISD fire everyone that violates a policy of your district?
Do we fire everybody?
Yes. You terminate
No.
everybody that violates a policy?
No.
So you do it on a case-by-case basis, correct?
Yes.
Some policies are more important than others, correct? Yes? In terms of whether they should be terminated. Can we agree on that?
Yes, we can agree.
So, let's go into some of the policies, which I'm going to be introducing here. Because I think we agree that unless you establish good cause, there's no grounds to terminate Ms. Segura, correct? We agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay. First thing is, does Ms. Segura have the power in her positions of district to hire personnel?
To bring
hire
forward, to
personnel.
hire, no.
Okay. Does she have the power to appoint personnel in the district?
No.
You understand that that has a specific meaning by state law and the district's policy,
I do.
okay? Would you like me to read it for you?
No.
Okay, so we agree that she has no power to appoint anyone, correct? Yes?
Yes.
And the district also has a nepotism policy, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that policy, the nepotism basically says that if you appoint someone, you can't be involved in their hiring if they're within the first degree of your family. Father, mother,
Yes,
brother,
yes.
sister, aunts, uncles, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you saw where, so we agree that if she doesn't have the power to appoint anyone, clearly she can't violate your nepotism policy, right?
I did not talk about nepotism.
I didn't say you did, but you'd agree with me on that, correct?
Repeat what you said?
If she is not the person, if she does not have the power to appoint according to state law and the district's policies, then she can't be guilty of any nepotism, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever go to Weaver and say, hey, wait a minute, Weaver, there's a policy here that says she can't do that, because you know they said that she may have violated the nepotism policy. You know that, don't you? That's a yes or no answer, ma'am.
I'm not talking about nepotism.
I didn't say you
Yeah.
were. My question is, you
Can you
read
come up to the, so I can
read the
hear you?
Weaver report. I'm
Can you
happy
come up?
to.
Yes,
I'm
so that
happy
way I
to.
can hear you
I'm happy to.
clearly.
I'm happy to. When you read the Weaver report, you read the report, didn't you?
I did.
You saw that he used the term nepotism and
Yes.
claimed that she violated the nepotism laws, right?
The possibility of
Yes, that
violation.
she may have violated
Yes.
the, well, if you know that to be incorrect, you never contacted Weaver and said, hey, this isn't right, you need to take this out of there. You never did that, did you?
The Weaver report was for the Board of Trustees.
So are you saying that if you
And-
see something that's given to the Board of Trustees that's wrong, you're not going to point it out to them? You're not saying that, ma'am, are you? These are pretty simple questions, ma'am. I'm really not trying to trick you. You never told Weaver, even though you know she cannot violate the policy as a matter of law, you never even pointed these independent auditors that,
No,
hey, that can't
I
do
did
that. She
not.
has
I
nothing
did
on
not
it.
point that
Thank
out to
you.
Weaver.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you do anything else? Did you look at any other documents when you decided to terminate a district, a person who worked for your district over 20 years?
Did I look at any?
Any
I
other
did.
records other than the Weaver report?
I contacted Weaver on several occasions.
Let me
I-
ask it again, because I don't know, maybe this isn't working, but I don't think you're understanding my question, so I'll try to make it as clear as I can. Did you review
I
any?
did.
Okay.
I
what
reviewed
did you-
documents.
What documents did you review?
I reviewed all the exhibits pertaining to the report.
Okay, that's
I
not, see, that,
reviewed the
again,
appendices.
ma'am, we're not
I reviewed-
communicating well, okay? You've already told us that you reviewed the report, you looked at it, and you came to your recommendations, and that's based solely on that. I get that. My question to you is, did you review anything outside of the Weaver report?
And I'm just going
I
to ask the council allow the witness to respond.
I apologize. Go ahead. Did you review?
I did.
Okay, what
So
was that?
any individuals listed in the report, I pulled up personnel files to review. I did that. Any individuals listed on here, I
So
reviewed.
you pulled up Melva Segura's personnel file?
It was part of the, yes, it was part of the reports, part of the documents that I reviewed.
So you saw then, you had access to and you saw every single one personnel evaluations, did you not?
The personnel file submitted to Weaver did not include an
I
evaluation.
didn't,
Yeah.
I didn't ask you, ma'am. I'm gonna ask you, right, just forget about Weaver for a minute, okay? Let's forget about it. I know you looked at it, I know you saw it, I know you said that, wow, that's bad, I'm gonna send to these people and recommend they should be terminated. I get it. I'm asking you now, what outside of that did you review before you decided to end a 20-plus-year-old, 20-year employee of the district? That's what I'm asking you.
I reviewed personnel files of
Okay, and so
individuals
then I
in the
asked you-
report.
So you
Yes.
saw all her personnel files, and if you reviewed her personnel file, because she's very prominent in the report, did you review her personnel
I
file?
reviewed her personal file of what was there.
Okay, well, did you look at her evaluations? That's a yes or
Her
no question,
personnel
ma'am.
file that the school district has does not include her evaluations.
Well, they're available to you, aren't you?
Yes,
Okay, did you look at them?
they don't exist.
Her personnel evaluations don't exist? What happened to them? I have a copy here, you can see them. In fact, I brought a copy for the entire board. Would you like to read through some of them? They're all excellent, every single one of them. In fact, let me read to
Well,
you.
we don't have those documents, Mr. Wood.
If she can explain to the board what it was that she was able to review within Ms. Segura's evaluation, her personal.
Well, I'm sure she can explain it on your reexamination. Right now, I'm asking very specific, pointed yes or no questions that she seems to have a hard time answering.
I don't think she.
There are no evaluations in there.
There are no evaluations
I
in the
said that
Weaver
already.
report.
No, there are no evaluations in Ms. Segura's Weslaco ISD personnel file.
Are they kept somewhere else? Did you ever ask somebody to find you?
Yes,
And what did they tell you?
they cannot be found.
So is she the only one that can't be found? Did you find that unusual?
Yes, I did find it unusual.
What was the name of the gentleman that was the subject of Part 2 that was terminated? What was his name? Part 2 of the Weaver report.
Guadalupe Jose Garcia.
Was Mr. Garcia's personnel, did you look at his personnel file too?
Yes.
And did you see his personnel evaluations?
No.
Were they missing as well?
What was the question?
Were his personnel records missing?
No.
So the only ones that you're claiming are missing are Ms. Segura.
Yes.
Why do you
That I know of, yes.
Well, I can promise you, I have the ones from 2013 to 2015. She came to my office and gave them all the way back to 1996. And I can get those to the districts to help you reenact the file that you're in charge of, ma'am, as a superintendent. Would you like that?
Objection.
I'll move on. Every single one of these reports, and you've done evaluations before, haven't you, ma'am?
Yes, I have.
And you've evaluated, and people have evaluated you, haven't you?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that the people that you evaluate and the ones you work with and the ones that evaluate, they're really truly the people that can tell the Weslaco, this school board and the good people of Weslaco if somebody's doing their job, right? You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Do you have any answer to the public at all on why she has stellar personnel reviews for over 20 years? But yet you're still, after being on the job less than 2 weeks, as I think it was said, are recommending her termination? Do you have any explanation for that?
2 weeks on the job, no.
You have no explanation, or you were here longer?
I've been here longer than 2 weeks.
Okay, how long were you here before the time that you decided to recommend termination of a 20-plus year employee?
How long was I here?
Yeah, a month? 2 months?
I began August 9th, Monday, August 9th. This is
And
September 27th.
and those letters, I
September
think-
20th was the final findings.
So I think those September ones, that's when you first started. So about a month, right? Approximately a month? You were here before you decided to make that recommendation, correct?
The recommendation is based on what I presented earlier.
I understand what you presented. I saw what you presented. The entire city did. I'm asking you right now, is you think that you and an independent report that a school district pays $325,000 that took 9 months to complete knows better than the people that evaluated and put in writing as the district requires on her evaluations? Is that your testimony today?
Her immediate supervisor, which was Dr. Canales, her last immediate supervisor, right? That was Dr. Canales. She even notes that she made a reassignment without her prior approval.
Well,
I cannot speak to her previous evaluators, assessors, appraisers, if they were aware of the information
I
that
understand.
we were provided at the time.
Did you ever discuss with Dr. Canales why she was reassigned from HR to grant writer?
No,
Did you discuss with Dr. Gonzalez that you were considering or going to recommend termination to
who's
this
Dr.
board?
Gonzalez?
Pardon me, Dr. Canales.
Repeat that?
Did you discuss with Dr. Canales, since she was your immediate predecessor, the fact that you were going to recommend termination?
No.
And I agree with you. We should let Dr. Canales speak for herself. In fact, she said a few things that Ms. Segura will talk about here today when she testifies. Would you like to see her last recommendation?
No.
Did you know that many of the things that this report that cost $325,000 and took 9 months to prepare, you saw the recommendations about, you talked about it, so well, she didn't do this, she didn't do that, right? Did you know that she, back in December of 2020, had made those recommendations and they discussed it with Dr. Canales? Did you know that?
Which recommendations?
The recommendations, this is a harder copy, so. Read it out for me, please. Just read it out to the record.
What's not working. Number one,
Could you come up here? I want the record and the city to understand and hear this very.
Good evening, everybody. What we discussed back in December, Dr. Canales and I,
I'm gonna ask that we adhere to the procedures that were agreed upon previously, which were the opportunity for the district to present its evidence, for there to be cross-examination such as council sees fit, and then a presentation of the respondent's evidence, not just kind of a mixed mash. Otherwise, this is just kind of the
So
Wild
we'll,
West.
when Mr. Godinez presents his case, then
Sure.
he
It
can
says
bring
here-
Ms. Segura up.
What's not working?
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, he certainly will have the opportunity to present.
Yes,
anything
okay,
and
so
everything
we'll stick to the, yeah, thank you.
Well, we'll present it to her when she comes out here and talks. But did you know that almost everything you talked about and complained about, she had discussed with Dr. Canales back in December? Did you know that?
No.
And you would have known that if you'd taken the time to read her personnel file. You would have known
I
that.
did take the time to read her personnel file.
I don't think you did, ma'am.
None of that is in existence in our school district. Which is the department she was in charge of.
So just to be clear, other than what's in the Beaver file, you have no other information or evidence for this board that establishes a good cause. Is that correct?
Correct.
I pass the witness. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I just have a couple of follow-up questions, Dr. Valdez. You indicated that you reviewed what was available of Ms. Segura's personnel file. Did it strike you as unusual that portions of Ms. Segura's personnel file were missing from the district?
Yes.
And who would have been responsible for custody of the personnel file of Ms. Segura? Who was responsible for that?
The superintendent, and Ms. Segura is the HR director at the time.
Okay. And so the fact that that information was not available, would that lead you to believe that there was some reason that nobody else is in charge of the maintenance of these files other than the HR department and the superintendent, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you certainly didn't have anything to do with getting rid of Ms. Segura's personnel file, did you?
No.
All right. Pass the witness.
And just to be clear, Ms. Segura was removed as the HR director in March of this year, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, you didn't start work until August 19th? Is that right?
August 9th.
9th, pardon me. And the report was released when?
September 10th and presented September 20th.
Okay, so you presented to the board. So you read it sometime between the 10th and the 20th because you weren't given a quick copy, right? That wouldn't happen, right?
No.
So, so somebody else was in charge of human resources from March until September of that period of time, weren't they?
Yes.
Who was that?
Mr. Abel Aguilar was to oversee the department. That's what I understand.
Are any of those people here today?
Yes.
Okay, who's that?
Mr. Aguilar.
Mr. Aguilar. And will he testify that he looked for them and can't find those records?
Will he testify? Will Mr. Aguilar testify? Or Mr. Wood?
The fact that portions of her records were missing was not a basis upon which the administration recommended termination, so.
That's the exact point I'm making. They're making recommendations solely on a report, which we'll soon get into, and not with the people that work with her for 20-plus years do. 20-plus years.
Again, I've asked the council to confine himself to questions of the witness rather than closing arguments.
I'm not making a question. I just wanted to know what Mr. Aguilar would say if I came up and said, hey, are you guys missing a bunch of personnel records? Are you missing evaluation reports? Do you know what he would say to that?
No.
Okay. House witness.
Nothing further.
Uh,
And at this point, Mr. Cuellar and trustees, the administration has presented the evidence that it intends to rely upon with respect to the recommendation. So I'll offer the opportunity to oppose
Thank you,
the
Mr.
council.
Wood. And before we go any further, we obviously are going to go beyond that 1 hour. So is protocol to ask board members if everyone is in agreement that we will continue this and waive the 1 hour?
Yeah, I don't believe that the administration has used, his cross-examination time is charged to his total 1 hour. So I believe that we have used less than 1 hour because we've actually been going for 1 hour and 3 minutes total. So we are going to rest before our hour is exhausted. Whatever time has been charged to him, I understand that he may request additional time from the board and the board will have to make a determination.
We just want to be clear on.
But yeah, we are fine confining presentations to an hour at this point.
We will
And
continue now.
if there are
with,
exceptions
Mr.
made, we may
Godinez, who will
request
now
exceptions.
present his case.
I'm sorry, sir.
We will now entertain Mr. Godinez's presentation of his
Yes.
case, right?
Yes,
Mr. Godinez?
yes, thank you. We'd like to recall, Mr. Kazner.
Travis.
I'm texting him now.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick little break so we can take care of some personal business here.
And if the board prefers to take a recess for comfort reasons or whatever, that's not a problem. I'm sure that.
I think that would be in order now, because we have some that already excused themselves.
Yeah. You don't have
Anybody
any
else?
objections to it?
sorry.
You don't have any objections to a recess for personal.
I'm just gonna go outside. Close my eyes anyway.
Thinking, in the bushes.
Pues ustedes sí, pero
Y'all need
Gonzalez, still in? I don't-
Yes, he's on there.
So we're good to, we're good to go? Mr. Godinez,
Yes, sir.
you
Ready?
have the podium.
I'm going to take care of just a couple of housekeeping matters. Discussed with both your general counsel and Mr. Wood, provided him a copy. The documents that we're putting into the record is her non-certified multi-year contract as MS1. The last evaluation or appraisal conference between Dr. Canales and Melva Segura dated December 2020, pardon me. I have as MS3, letter from Principal Yvette Morales, a thank you card, dated July 2020. Thank you for another awesome year. There's no way I could do what I do without your guidance and support. May you have a safe and restful WISD-free vacation always. And then a letter of recommendation that was issued by Dr. Sergio Garcia, March 3rd, 2021, indicating extremely high marks for Melva Segura. And then lastly, Mr. President, I am handing you what's marked MS4, which is her personnel evaluations between December 13th to the 20th, I guess, December 2013 through 2019. We have them going back to 96. I've never heard of a district losing records like these. So we would like to, if the district is open to it, provide all the records we have, which go back to 1996 with Ms. Segura. So first of all, your records are complete under this particular superintendent. And then secondly, you have a clear understanding of the value of a 20-year plus employee.
Can I have the repeat on the dates? You said December 2013 to what date, sir? 2019?
What I'm giving you is from
December
2013 to July 2020.
July 2020.
That's what I have here. I did not bring the whole, because I mean, it's a stack of paper. And like I said, I've never heard of a district losing those records, so we don't want that. Ms. Segura certainly doesn't want that. We want to make sure that her exemplary record of service to this district is where it should be. And so those are the records that we have. May I give them to you, Mr. Cuellar? These will be the official records for our case. And there are copies, by the way. I made copies for each of y'all. I'm going to take Mr. Gonzalez.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Is Mr. Kastner with us? May I proceed? Mr. President?
Here you go, ma'am.
May I proceed, Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kastner, are you there, sir?
Yes, sir, I am.
My name is Rick Godinez. I've never met you. You've never met me. Is that correct?
Council, just a second, the one question, oh, do we have somebody's keeping time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we have the person track. Okay, sorry to interrupt.
We've never met before, have we, sir?
Not in person. We've been on a virtual interview
That's
together.
correct. A couple of things I just want to clear up here. You're getting paid for your testimony here today, aren't you?
No, sir.
You're volunteering this time at the district?
We've submitted our final invoice with the final report on September 10th. So I think in a sense, I guess I am, but we had told them that once we submitted the report that we weren't gonna, that would be our final invoice.
What would be the final invoice, what would be the final total charge you charge the district for this?
I believe the total, it was around 350,000 or so, maybe a little bit more. I haven't
Very good.
totaled it all up.
And I understood you had access to anything you wanted, right? You were not providing anything you requested, is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, you know, I think we were able to request what we needed in order to conduct our review. Now, what we received, I may not have, you know, full knowledge of whether that was complete or, but we were able to request the documents and information that we needed. I know we were able to get remote access to the district's Alio scan database with HR records as well as vendor records. We also were able to have remote access to the Google Archive with.
Okay, I don't mean to cut you off or be rude, sir, but I have very limited time here. And so
Understood.
I need to kind of get to the meat of the matter, okay?
Okay.
And you realize that my client doesn't have the ability to appoint personnel in the district, correct?
I am aware that her role is not to appoint personnel.
And you're familiar with the policies. In fact, it's a state law, if you do a lot of this for school districts, that, lost my train of thought here, that nepotism is illegal in Texas school districts, right?
That is my understanding.
But it's only illegal for those that have the ability to appoint personnel, is that right?
I believe that the state law is related to officials, board members, superintendents.
Okay, so knowing that, and would you be surprised that even Ms. Valdez, or pardon me, Dr. Valdez agrees with me that there's just no way in the world that Ms. Segura could ever be in violation of the nepotism policy. Did you know that?
Did I know that, what was the question?
Did you, pardon me, Dr. Valdez testified that there's no way in the world that Ms. Segura, because she doesn't have the power to appoint personnel in her position, she could not violate the nepotism laws of the state of Texas and the policies for the Weslaco ISD. Did you know
I
that?
wasn't aware that she said that, but I understand what you're saying.
But yet you found it important to make that, in fact, the very first finding, that she may have committed nepotism, violated nepotism laws. You did that.
That's not exactly what it says in the report. I believe it said that there were potential violations of nepotism policy related to the recommendation of family members that were hired,
By Ms. Segura.
that were recommended by Ms. Segura.
That's right, but you realize now, do you not, that there is no way that she could have violated the nepotism laws of the state of Texas or which is the Texas Education Agency, and their rules, and the policies of the district, as they are written. Do you understand that now?
I do understand that, and that's why we said potentially, and there are differences with different school districts that require a legal interpretation as to what constitutes nepotism, and so.
We're not talking about other districts, we're talking about Weslaco ISD.
I understand, I'm
Okay,
saying
and
it
so-
does require a legal interpretation.
I'm not asking for your legal interpretation either. You said you reviewed the policies. You indicated that she may have violated the nepotism laws, yet even the superintendent says there's just no way she could do that because she doesn't appoint. That doesn't change your mind at all, does it? On your report.
I don't think it changes anything that was stated in the report, no.
You'd agree with me when you throw out the words nepotism, it has a particular meaning in the public, doesn't it?
I don't know what the public, I know it has,
What district do you live in, sir? What school district?
Lake Travis Independent School District.
Do your kids go to school there?
I do not have kids.
Okay. Where did you go to school?
I
What school
went
district?
to Dripping Springs
Okay,
Independent School District.
if you read a paper that said, an independent report says that the HR director may have committed nepotism or may have violated the nepotism laws, are you saying that wouldn't really concern you as a taxpayer in either Dripping Springs or Travis County or Lake Travis?
I think, would it concern me? I think it would. I don't think that I would, be the finder of fact or, if it's a media article,
I agree, and that's why I'm saying to you, sir, I mean, just the fact that it's in the paper, no findings of facts, just an article, it says that, you can understand how that can be particularly negative and impactful on somebody's career. No?
I do understand that.
Okay, thank you. Did anybody on this board direct you to do that? To say, hey, can you find some nepotism violations here?
No.
Okay,
I think
all right,
that
that's
part-
good, thank you, you've answered the question.
I'm
So-
going to ask that council, at least if the witness, let's make sure that the witness hasn't had an opportunity to answer the questions. If it's not what he wants to hear, or if it's more than what he wants to hear, he has a tendency just to run over the top. And I think we need to be satisfied that he's had an opportunity to answer the question.
First of all, I'm asking yes or no questions, so anything beyond a yes or no is beyond the question. Secondly, this board has seemed to give me a very limited time on a $350,000 audit report that took over 9 months to complete. So I'm trying to get to the meat of the matter, and I don't mean to be rude to Mr. Kasner or anybody else here, but
Mr. Williams, I think it's understood that, in fairness to present your case, you do what you have to do. And don't worry about that time.
very good.
And I think everybody here is in
I
agreement.
appreciate that. Thank you very much.
That way we can be fair to you and to the individuals that you're questioning.
Yes,
Very good. You had testified earlier, and I say that, nobody took oaths, but you stated earlier, I guess is a better way to say it, that you had contact with various board members, is that correct? Or
Correct.
prior to you issuing your report? Is that correct?
Correct, yeah, throughout the engagement process.
And I'm not talking about when you came and pitched for the RFQ or when you answered their questions to get the contract or any of that stuff, or even when you came back to report to them. I'm talking outside of that context, phone calls, texts, emails. You had that type of conversation with board members, correct?
Correct, yeah, that was the objective was to have an open line of communication with the board members.
I get it. And did all board members do that?
I believe I spoke with 6 of the 7 board members at some point in time.
Okay. And some board members were particularly more active in their conversations with you, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
In fact, 80% of the communications to you were from 3 board members, isn't that right?
I don't know about 80%, but
Well, they've been provided to me, and you
I
don't
would
have
say
to believe me.
yeah, I haven't counted them, but I would say probably more of the majority.
So let me say this, Jackie Sustaita, Jesse Trevino, and Mark De Los Santos. You remember those 3, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
They contacted you a lot, didn't they?
I think it was more frequently than the other board members.
In fact, they contacted you when they said, oh, we heard this in the community, or this employee that has a concern, you need to look at this, right? It was that kind of stuff, correct? Oh, I heard this, can you please look into this, right?
Correct. Yeah, I think there were concerns that were raised that, yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay. And of course, somebody's going to pay you $350,000, you're going to do what they say, right?
I think that we're going to consider it and looking at it. We're still, our job then is to corroborate, and there was a lot of stuff that we did not corroborate and that did not end up in the report.
Well, let's talk about what you didn't corroborate. You didn't corroborate that there was good cause to terminate my client, did you?
No, that was outside of the scope of what we were asking.
So let's be clear, you're not telling either Ms. Valdez, pardon me, Dr. Valdez, or any of these board members that, hey, there's this report, what's in here, this establishes good cause. You're not doing that, right?
No, we had no opinion on any
Gotcha.
personnel action.
And we know you were incorrect on your nepotism because she can't ever violate the nepotism laws in the state or the district, the policies. Correct?
I think there's a legal interpretation that's why we use the word potentially, because there is legal interpretation is required.
I broke down, well, before we get to that, and we're going to talk about your specific findings here pretty good. But before we do that, you originally issued a preliminary report, just one report, in July of this year. Isn't that correct?
Correct. And I just want to clarify, when you say you, we had a team of 8 of us. That we have an engagement partner. I'm one of, I didn't write the entire report. But yes, Weaver submitted a draft report.
I apologize, buddy. I'm just a car wreck lawyer. So whenever I say you, I mean you. I know you, Mr. Kazner, didn't prepare this. Weaver prepared this.
Correct.
So when
Yeah,
I
I think
say
it was
you-
in July. Yeah, July, there was a interim report, number 1.
And after that, and by the way, one of the things that you struck me is you said, my job is to corroborate allegations and information. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct. Yeah, that corroborating, if there's witness testimony, we're corroborating that with evidence and documents and facts.
And there were some findings in here that you're pretty critical of Ms. Segura, even in your first preliminary investigation, right?
I think that's correct.
But yet you never even sought to interview her until her lawyer came to the board and advised them that you hadn't even contacted her. Isn't that correct?
No, it's not.
Well, you didn't contact them until after you were done with this initial report, right? You didn't contact Ms. Segura until after that, correct?
The process that for all of the interviews, we contacted the attorney for the board and the superintendent to, 1, inform them of who we were going to be speaking with, and 2, get authorization to do so. We requested that this is a critical person we speak with is Ms. Segura, and at that point we were informed that due to the grievance that was ongoing with Ms. Segura in the district, that she was not advised to, we were not to contact her because she was not going to speak with us.
I got you, so that I'm clear, and that the people of Weslaco are clear. You recommended that one of the key people you need to talk to was Ms. Segura regarding these allegations, correct?
I didn't recommend. I think I said that we would like to speak with her as part of our review.
Well, if you're going to corroborate something and you're saying something about someone, one way to corroborate, to me, the best way to corroborate that is to approach that person directly, isn't it?
I agree.
Okay, and so what you're saying is, one of these people that, hey, these allegations that I'm making and finding, that I need to speak to Ms. Segura. And that happened before July, before you issued this report, but the district wouldn't let you, right?
I don't think that's the way that I was informed was that you, as her attorney, did not authorize her to speak on matters related to human resources. And so,
how could that be, sir? I was here at that meeting. I was in front of all these board members. They were shocked. They were shocked when they had heard, hey, nobody contacts her. She wants to talk. She wants to tell her side of the story. You didn't know that?
I was not at that meeting, and the conversations, I know I didn't speak to you, the conversations I had with the attorney for the board were that he spoke with you and that was the information being relayed was that.
So it wasn't until after that meeting, when I informed the board, that you then were instructed by someone to go ahead and let's contact Ms. Segura.
I was informed that the grievance was resolved and that now, that being the issue, that I could contact you as her attorney to request an interview. And I think it was within a day or two of that I contacted you.
Well, sir, I think you have very, very poor information. We've never received a response to our level 3 grievance, ever.
Again, going to ask that questions be directed to the witness rather than arguing.
I'm directing it to him. I think he's extremely misinformed. Okay, let's move on, though. So I've broken them down into these categories, and I want you to see if you recommend, because I took it based off your testimony.
Okay.
There were concerns regarding the hiring of her. There were concerns regarding the hiring of Ms. Segura's family. And then it sounded to me like you had some administrative type concerns that job descriptions hadn't been updated or that certain job classifications needed to be updated. And there were some, I think, compensation plan issues that weren't being followed. Is that correct?
I would say that, yeah, there's observations in the report. But yeah, those categories are correct.
Okay, because I don't want to go through each page. I just don't have the time with you, and I apologize. And it's harder this way. All right, well, let's start first with the easy ones. Who has the authority in a school district to set the pay rates in the school? The HR director?
You mean, like, ultimately, it's, my understanding would be the board would approve the compensation plan.
That's correct. Or the superintendent if they've given that person that authority, correct?
If that were the case, yes.
Okay. Who has the authority to set what a job should be, what a job description be, what their duties should be? Does an HR director have the authority to go and change whatever is already there and change up the job duties?
I believe that they do. I mean, I don't know if there's, my understanding is that the HR director does have the ability to revise job descriptions, and that is what we observed, was common practice.
What other school district where the HR director sets the job descriptions, obligations, terms, and responsibilities of an employee? Name me one.
I don't think that that's a common practice.
Thank you. So, did you find any documentation that showed that she had the authority then, in this instance with McAllen ISD? Pardon me, Weslaco ISD?
Sorry, I can't, I was cutting out a little bit that
That's
she.
okay. Did you find anything in your documentation or the millions of emails you reviewed on the 9 months that you took doing this? Did you find anything that says, oh, look, Melva Segura has the authority and responsibility to set job descriptions, job duties, and responsibilities?
I think that my understanding was that the superintendent would ultimately approve job descriptions.
Because in your experience, that's usually how it does. The elected officials are the ones that have that responsibility. That's why they run for the job, right?
Correct.
All right. So let's talk about the hiring of her circumstance. I was very confused because your initial report talked about, circumstances around her hiring that seemed a little fishy, but you didn't really place any blame, or you didn't really say, well, it's really, and you didn't do it in the second one either. I know you're not finding fault here, but it just sounded different. Did anybody direct you to make changes to the second one? To the final report?
And I don't recall what the first, I do want to clarify that it's the, first one being a draft, the second one being the final report. But no one directed me to, or anybody else at Weaver, to change anything related to those circumstances.
And so the final report was one page having to do with everything that you were finding, complaining about. I think there was some transportation department issues and stuff like that, something in the bus, I don't recall, in the HR. And it was one report, right?
There were two
That's
final
a yes or no
reports.
question.
I-
in
I-
July.
There's two reports that have final reports. The
Understand.
final report number one is, I think that's what you're referring to.
Let me rephrase it.
Okay.
In your preliminary report, you only issued one report that included both everything that you had concerns about with the ISD, correct?
Oh, I see, okay.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Then you go present it to the board. That was behind closed doors, right? An executive session?
Right, that was a status update of a draft, which was confidential.
I understand. You guys just discuss it behind closed doors. There's no record of it that we can tell. They're not going to testify about it. Probably they'll prevent you from testifying about it too. And then, now there's two after they talk to you. And there's one having to do with the transportation department and some other things. And then the very first one specifically, an addition, by the way, the first one, the preliminary in July was 71 pages. How many pages is your part one report after you met with the board and closed doors?
Looks like it's 72.
Okay. So you decided to give her her own report after that meeting and even add a page to it, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
That's all right. I'll move on. All right. The circumstances regarding her hiring. By the way, can school districts, to your knowledge, retaliate against people for being involved in political campaigns?
I don't think so.
In fact, there's a very important policy, a state law and Weslaco ISD policy that prevents that, right?
I believe that's correct.
I mean, everybody should have a First Amendment right to associate with who they want to without being concerned about losing their job of 20 years, shouldn't they?
I believe that's why it's a policy, yeah.
Okay. So, yet, in both the reports, in fact, it's page I had it here. On page 3, you took pains, that's the number 5 thing to put in here, that Ms. Segura had been a, quote, active volunteer in past election campaigns for several board members, including at least one who served on the board when Ms. Segura was hired as her HR administrator and then promoted to HR director. You put that in there, right?
And this is on which page did you
Page
say?
5, pardon,
Page
of your
5.
final report, number 5.
Yeah, so yes, our report does have, that is in there.
Now, if an employee has a right to support who they want, why is it important for you to put that in this report to them?
I think that statement was in reference to that one of the board members that Ms. Segura was an active volunteer for was on the board when she was hired as a HR administrator and promoted to HR director.
So which board member was that important to?
That board member, I believe, was Mr. Caballero.
Mr. Caballero, okay. Anyone else?
There were the 3 board members that were mentioned in that lawsuit. I think the other 2 I was not familiar with.
There's not a Mr. Caballero on the board since you were retained.
That is correct.
So I'm asking you, you'd said, well, one of the board members had mentioned it during our meetings. And I asked you which board member.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the question that I thought was which board member was Ms. Segura an active volunteer for according to the lawsuit? That was what we reference on page 5.
Okay, so you're saying is the previous lawsuit, which she won, by the way, didn't she?
I have no idea. I just saw the complaint.
What you're saying is a board member related to that lawsuit is the one that told you that?
No, this statement, we reviewed the complaint, and in the complaint filed by Ms. Segura, it said that Ms. Segura was an active volunteer in the campaign for several individuals within the district, one of which was Mr. Caballero. And the point that the reason it's in here is because in 2014, when Ms. Segura was hired as the HR administrator, and then in 2015, when she was promoted to HR director, Mr. Caballero was a board member.
Okay, so you think that it was important, though, to put in there why? If an employee, and you agree with me, they should have a right to support who they want. Well, why is that important to you to put into this $350,000 9-month
I
audit?
think what you mentioned earlier with the ultimate hiring authority is the board, and the fact that there was a board member who, Ms. Segura, was a actively involved in her campaign, in Mr. Caballero's campaign. That was the reason. It was a timeline of events that leading up to Ms. Segura's
So
hiring.
you're using it as an explanation of how he got her job, not because of her performance.
It's an observation in the timeline of events of the hiring.
Okay, fair enough. But why is it important to you? Why was it important to include in here? That's what I'm just having a trouble if we agree that, hey, nobody should be retaliated for that. Why? I mean, let me ask it this way. Let's assume that a board member gave her a job because she worked on our campaign. Let's assume they did that. Is that against the law?
I think it's ethically, that there's some ethical concerns there.
That's not what I asked you. Is it against the law? Does it violate a board policy?
I'd have to look at all the board policies in
You got
detail.
3 answers here. Yes, no, or I don't know.
I couldn't tell you without reading all the
Take
board
it as an
policies.
answer. Thank you. Secondly, you've done, how many school boards have you represented now? Weaver?
Weaver hasn't represented any school boards. Weaver has been engaged by, Weaver does the financial audits for at least 50 school districts in the state of Texas. From a forensics standpoint, in the past 2 years, we've been engaged by probably 10, including, some cases by the Department of Justice in matters relating to charter schools or school districts.
And in those 10 cases, did you ever find any cases where a political supporter was given a job?
I don't think that was an issue with the other forensic investigations, no.
In your personal experience as a taxpayer and a student, at one time at Dripping Springs, or taxpayer in Lake Travis, is that unusual for a supporter to be given a job by a winning candidate on board? We know you can't tell us it's illegal. I'm just asking.
I think it would be inappropriate for the head of the HR department to be someone that was given a job because they were a political supporter.
I get what you're saying, okay? And while you seem like a nice man, that doesn't matter anything to me. What matters to me is, was there a violation of law or policy or an established cause? You understand?
Yeah, I'd have to look at all the board policies.
You can't answer that question. And yes, it may be unpalatable for you, but you can't tell us it's illegal. You can't tell us that it violates a policy. Right?
The focus of our scope of work is to present the observations, facts to the board and the attorney so that the what you're asking for is a legal interpretation, which is outside of the scope of.
No, sir, I'm not, but I'll move on. Are you claiming that Melba Segura or one of these people that she supported changed the job requirements for her to get the job? Was that a fact you found?
I think we noted that the job description changed for the HR administrator position in 2013, I believe.
Yes, when she wasn't even part of HR, right?
Correct.
And who was in charge of HR back then?
I believe that was Melissa Nieto.
Melissa Nieto?
Yes,
So
sir.
Melissa Nieto's the one that made the change that allowed her
Correct.
to get that position.
Correct. I believe we say that in the report.
Okay. So what did she violate there then? She didn't change it.
No, we're not saying that she violated anything
Okay, thank you.
with respect to that question.
All right, so now, that was her hiring as administrator. Would the same answer be the same for when she was hired as the HR director? Or are you saying there was some shenanigans or funny business going on there?
I don't think that the job description changed. I think the issue was that the job description and the job posting required a master's degree for HR director.
And did that ever change?
I believe the current job description still has that requirement. I don't think it has changed. We didn't see any evidence that it did.
And your report found that it was Dr. Alejandro, I think he was the superintendent at the time. He's the one that recommended to the board that she be hired, correct?
I have to look. I believe he was the superintendent, so he would have been the one making that recommendation. Yes, sir.
So what policy you're claiming that she violated, not anyone else, that she violated in terms of being offered and accepting, applying for, being offered and accepting the HR director job?
We're not, I don't think we have any statements in the report about violation of policy with respect to Ms. Segura being hired as the HR director.
Okay, then can we establish for this board's then understanding that in regards to her hiring as an administrator, someone else changed the job requirements, and as her hiring a year later as the director, you can point to no policy violations by her in getting those jobs, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Thank you. All right, then the last thing I want to talk to you about is the hiring of her family. You made a big point of pointing that out. I know, obviously, that you find that very distasteful. I get it. Of course, your opinions really shouldn't matter to this board, right? You agree with that?
Right. Our role was to provide the fact and investigate and provide those facts for the board so that they can make decisions, informed decisions.
And isn't it a fact that it was the principal that wanted to hire her son, right?
The principal recommended, that was the recommendation of the principal for, are you talking about Rolando Segura in 2015?
Rolando Segura.
Yeah, the principal, made the recommendation. Yes, sir.
Okay, so it was the principal who recommended that he hire. And by the way, he'd already worked for that principal, hadn't he?
I'm not sure if, I don't recall that.
Well, did you ever talk to that principal and say, hey, I think there might be some funny business about this Segura hiring her son over here. Can you tell me, did you interview that person?
We did.
And what did he tell you about this?
He said that I'm sorry, what did he say about Mr. or Mrs. Segura? I couldn't
Ms.
hear.
Segura, her involvement in the recommendation to hire her son.
He said that Ms. Segura didn't influence the hiring of Mr. Segura in 2015.
So the one person who you documented made the recommendation said she wasn't involved at all, right?
The
The one person being being the principal who made the recommendation, he told you she wasn't involved in his hiring at all, correct?
Well, he submitted the recommendation to Ms. Segura, and then Ms. Segura submitted the recommendation to the superintendent for approval. I think that's the point that was made in the report.
Okay. Well, I'm looking now at the interviews you gave us, or that we had to go to court to get. You have interviews written down here, and you didn't, just for the public, you didn't take recordings or anything. You kind of wrote down notes of what was said, correct?
Correct. We had two individuals in each of the interviews, and we typically do not record them for various reasons, but we did take notes and then prepare summaries of those interviews.
So I'm looking at one dated June 2nd, 2021. It says at approximately 2:30 p.m., Travis Kasner conducted an interview with a WISD employee, you didn't put the names that you said, to discuss the hiring of Orlando Segura for a math teacher position at Mary Hoge Middle School. You did that, right? These are your notes.
That's the summary notes of the interview.
And so underneath this, you have the interview stated that Melba Segura, in her role as HR director, did not influence the decision to hire Rolando Segura. Right?
Correct.
Okay.
And I think we say that in the report too.
You also interviewed a principal Reboyoso,
Correct.
and that was an interview again to determine the circumstances regarding Mr. Segura, Melba Segura's son's hiring, correct?
Correct, regarding the reassignment in 2020.
And that was conducted at 5 p.m. on June 21st, where you wrote, the interviewee also stated that they had discussions with the assistant superintendent about transitioning the music position to a health position.
Correct, and it's stated in the report as well.
The interviewee did not feel that Ms. Segura influenced the process.
Correct, that's also stated in the report.
So these two people who their suggestion of some funny business hiring, it sounds to me like both the position created and the person for that position was instigated and followed up by those two principals, correct?
The change of the position from from a music vacancy to a health vacancy, what we were told when we spoke with Principal Revioso was that, he was the one who wanted to convert that position, and that's what was documented, I believe, in the notes as well as the report.
All right, and so the same question I have for you in regards to her hiring. Were you able to find any policy violation or any violation of law by Ms. Segura in the hiring and or transfer to a lateral position of her son?
Any policy violations?
Any violations of Weslaco ISD policy or of the law? They're pretty much the same thing, as you know. Do you find anything like that?
I think, we pointed out the observations of how the reassignment transpired to provide that information to the board. We weren't trying to extend, make observation or findings
but
beyond our scope.
I think we're establishing that started at the principal level, at the school level, not with HR, right?
There was a
Yes or
phone
no
call,
question.
there was an email from Ms. Segura to the principal asking to discuss the music vacancy, and then there was about a month break, and then we see emails discussing the reassignment. But
That email says at his request, right?
I can check. I think the email says, let's discuss the music vacancy.
I want to move on because I really don't want to take up any more of your time or these people's time. I just want to know, is there a policy violation in regards to by Melba Segura in regards to the hiring or lateral move or creation of the position that her son held? Were you able to find it?
We were providing the facts so that we could provide that information to the board. That was not what we were asked to do. That requires, a legal interpretation of the policy, and
No.
it's,
Okay. There was also some discussion of a recommendation of a facilitator that was an issue. You remember that? At Weslaco East?
the campus instructional, yes.
Yes, and in fact, before you didn't see it, but Dr. Valdez indicated that, well, she uses as an example of her violating policy because she claimed that it was Ms. Segura that made that decision. Did you find any evidence of that?
For the hiring of the campus instructional facility, I think what we had documented in the report was that there was a candidate who didn't apply that was added to the interview list by the principal, and then that candidate was eventually hired.
Well, from your documents, and there's a document here, January 12th, 2015, it looks like an internal document, that recommendation was made by Michael De La Rosa, wasn't it?
I can find the exhibit, but I believe that would be the recommendation to the HR department.
Well, I don't know what position he held. It says here Director of Employee Benefits Risk Management. But his recommendation was request that the Board of Trustees approve the campus instructional facilitator at Weslaco East High School. Ms. Adeseli Chavarin is recommended to fill the position of campus instructional facilitator at Weslaco East High School.
And, yeah, if I could just pull up the document here real quick, because I don't want to give you the wrong answer. So the Exhibit A70 shows the recommendation from, was signed by I believe it was the interim principal, Raul Cantu, and it was, I think it was emailed by Mr. De La Rosa, but the actual recommendation form, the recommendation for employment form was signed by Mr. Cantu, who's the interim principal and head of the interview committee for that hire.
I'm sorry. Are you talking about the recommendation that ultimately goes to the board?
No, the recommendation that the interview committee submits to the HR department.
Okay, and what does the HR department do at that point with it?
My understanding from that point is then they perform a background check and then submit a recommendation to the superintendent, and with a box at the top that, is approve or not approve. And then if it's approved by the superintendent, then it gets presented to the board for final approval.
And are you claiming that in that process you just described for us, that my client did something wrong or violated a policy?
No, we're not, I don't think we say that in the report.
What number was it? Because what I'm taking out of your file and marking as MS6, I would ask that this be included because it comes from your file, Weaver's file, that indicates that that recommendation came from Michael De La Rosa, not from Melba Segura.
The,
I know I was going to give it to you, that's for the official.
yeah, I think what we were pointing out was there was an instance where an individual that didn't apply for a position was hired. And we were outlining how that came to be. And that was really the purpose of why we included it as a finding in the report.
Yeah, but I'm just really confused. I mean, we're sitting here, we're agreeing that she has no authority to hire or appoint or do any of these things that she's being accused of. You're kind of confirming, yeah, we didn't find these policy violations, but, you know, you still kind of think that maybe, I get the impression that maybe you feel she did something wrong.
I think what we determined, or what we, from the information we reviewed, was that, no, Ms. Sigurd doesn't have the authority. I think that we determined there was some overstep of that authority, and in her involvement in the hiring process overstepped the role of the HR director. And individuals we spoke with said that Ms. Segura contacted them while they were working on, on an interview committee, and, discussed with them who the board wanted them to hire and to make it happen. So that's in what we determined to be an overstep of the role of not just a facilitator or administration.
And who told you that, sir?
There was three different employees that we spoke with that referenced, discussions with the board and Ms. Segura, having conversations in with the principals.
I'm sorry, say it again?
There was a former employee, her name is Elizabeth Alanis. There was a current employee in the HR department, and then the principal, Mary Hode, that we mentioned earlier, that mentioned the discussions between Ms. Segura and themselves while they were on the interviewing committee about who to hire. And
So you mentioned a former employee, Elizabeth Alanis, and a current employee, correct?
two current employees.
Two current employees. Okay, well, we'll address it through you. Okay. Anything else other than that you found off-putting or suspect or problematic in any way?
There was some of the other items that we've referenced was, emailing the interview questions the night before her interview is for HR director. That was an observation that we had.
Anything else?
I know you didn't want me to answer long questions, and I don't know if you're wanting me to go through the report now, but,
I don't think we have time to go through every single one. I've been trying to classify them. I think I've gone through each classification. You're the one, I want to go specifically, look, where's the problem here? Where's the meat of the subject? Where do you have problems? Where do you see, hey, this is a problem? And you told me that she may have, that you believe she was, or at least you interviewed employees who felt she was involved during the interview process with the committee. I got that. Okay, you've mentioned now that, well, you say that she emailed questions to her. Of course, she explained to you why she did that in her interview, didn't she?
I think what she said in the interview was that she didn't recall if those were the questions. She said that was the format.
So
interview
questions. Anything else that was funky? Because we know there's no policy violations. You haven't been able to pry this one. So I've got two here. Is there anything else?
And again, we didn't reference any policy violations in the report, so I think I would refer to the report without,
I want to give you every opportunity, sir. I'm talking about a 20-plus year employee that my impression is some people want to get rid of today, okay? And so what I'm trying to do here is understand it. Maybe they have every right to do that. Maybe they have good cause to do that. I don't think so far. I think I've done a pretty good job. No policy violation here, at least pointing that out. So I want to give you, because, man, they spend an awful lot of money on you and your firm to get information. And so I want to say, okay, where is she telling you that she did something that potentially should be fired for?
I think some of the areas, we talked about the overstep and influencing some of the hires, with respect to compensation plans. There was several reclassifications. There was an assistant athletic director as part of the 2020 compensation plan, where the position was moved on the pay scale from a pay grade of 103 to 203, which is a lower pay scale, but the position maintained the pay scale for 103, and so that was, inconsistent with the policy and the other, in the compensation plan and the other reclassifications, where we should have adopted the new 203 pay grade. And we were in discussions with an individual from the HR department. They said that they had actually brought this to Ms. Aguirre's attention, and there was a document that's included as an exhibit in the report with the notation of that note, and that they were told that this is the way, it's going to stay this way. The employee's going to maintain their salary.
This was, again, for the compensation plan, correct?
Correct. This is for the 2020 compensation plan.
Anything else?
There was an instance where an individual was hired for a position that had not yet been approved by the board in the compensation plan. And understanding that the compensation plan is approved by the superintendent, which we acknowledge in the report, that was.
So what was my client's involvement in that then? If it's the superintendent's responsibility, what was her involvement?
That would have been something that, as the head of the department, if an individual was hired for a position that was not yet in the compensation plan, then, that's something that should have been identified before it was approved by the board.
And that was for what position? Was that a construction maintenance?
That was the construction maintenance manager. I believe that was in November 2019.
Okay. I'm looking at a minutes of a board meeting dated August 20, 2018, that indicates that was budget.
So, I'm sorry, there's, what's August 20th? I couldn't hear the first part.
August 20 of 2018, there's a minutes from the Weslaco ISD School Board that indicates that position was budgeted.
It was not it wasn't approved by the board in the compensation plan. I think there was a meeting on August 31st where they discussed adding it into the budget, but the compensation plan with that position didn't get approved by the board until December.
Okay, anything else, sir?
I think that, again, I'm going to refer to the report as the
Okay.
complete record of our investigation and findings. So,
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your time. That's what.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
Mr. Kasner, I understand that your firm was asked to do certain things with respect to its independent audit, its forensic audit for Weslaco Independent School District. It also goes without saying, and I think you told the board this evening, there were things that you were not asked to do, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't charged with being Batman and just identifying anything and everything that might come into your field division, is that true?
Correct, yeah, we always want to make sure we can narrow the scope to make, we don't want to go on a wild goose chase. We're trying to address the issues that are of the highest priority of concern to the leadership of the district.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that your purpose was to identify facts that ought to be considered by the board with respect to things that you observed, correct?
Correct. Our role was to corroborate and provide a report of the factual events and based on what we found and provide the documentation that supports those statements.
So if you identified some facts that you considered to constitute unethical conduct, that was not part of your charge as a forensic audit firm to say, and by the way, here's some things that we saw that were also what we would consider to be unethical, correct?
Correct.
And you expressed in response to opposing counsel's questions that you thought that there might be something unethical, in your opinion, again, not an opinion that you were asked to give, but in your opinion, there might be something unethical about appointing a person to be the HR director if they were not qualified to hold that position based upon their participation in a political campaign. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you did note, based on information from Ms. Segura's previous lawsuit, that she had identified herself as having been actively involved in the campaigns of a number of individuals, including one of the individuals who was on the board at the time she was elevated to her position in HR. Is that right?
Correct.
Your report pretty thoroughly documents the fact that you believe that Ms. Segura did not meet the qualifications for the job position as the HR director. Is that right?
Correct. All the evidence that we identified for the job posting, job description, indicated that a master's degree was one of the minimum education requirements for that position.
Right. And you also note in your report that at least 12 other candidates did hold a master's degree and Ms. Segura did not.
Correct.
And you further note that there was a significant increase in salary in a very short amount of time. I believe it was over 100% increase in her salary when she was elevated to the position as the HR director, right?
Yeah, I think it was 100. It was from the migrant, the position in the migrant department to HR administrator to HR director within that 1 year or so time period. Those two transitions, there was 107% increase, I believe, is what the report states.
And so, based upon these facts that you've identified and that you've set forth in your report, it's fair to say that not only did Ms. Segura not meet the job qualifications, but there were other people who clearly were more qualified, and she was selected over those candidates. Is that fair?
Correct. And I think in addition to the master's degree, I think there was some other requirements related to the type of field of study, as well as, years of service in a, HR management type position.
Right. And specifically, you talk about that in your report, that years of experience for the HR director would present, at least for Weslaco as identified at the time, they felt like that was an important criteria for someone who would be taking that position.
Correct.
Now, with respect to then these findings, that after she was selected for a position over candidates who held more degrees, required degrees, after being selected for the position over candidates who had more experience in the field of HR, there were a number of things that happened, and you pointed out some of those just now, that it seemed obvious based upon the facts that she had sometimes overstepped her role as the HR director. Is that fair to say?
Based on the information we reviewed, that was the conclusion, was that there were instances where there was overstep of the duties of the HR director position with respect to hiring.
And you also detected that there were instances in which Ms. Segura had inappropriately, according to the district's practices and procedures, attempted to influence the interviewing committees who were charged with selecting a candidate for a particular position.
Correct, yeah, based on some of the evidence that we uncovered during the investigation.
And I won't go through all these problems, but just to lump some of them together, there were problems with respect to the compensation plan, whether it was adhered to. This was something that she was in charge of. There were issues with respect to a number of employees. I think you identified approximately 300 employees who were being overpaid under the plan. And these were areas under her responsibility as the HR director?
Correct, but I do want to point out that I think that the policy for the district, it does allow individuals to be paid over the pay scale in certain circumstances. And so we would have to go through each one, which we did not do, to determine if it was inappropriate,
Did that
was
just,
an observation that we had.
just broad brush, did that strike you as aberrational that you would have 300 employees who are being paid above what the pay scale provided?
I think that there was a 2013 report that TASB did where they identified similar findings. So I think it's something that had been, prevalent in the district. It seems higher than what we would expect to see, but we also noted that I think a number of those were part-time, like bus driver positions, which are a little bit unique in some sense. So, but I think in general, it did seem like a high number as a percentage of total employees.
Based upon what you observed and the facts that you documented in your report, did you believe that Ms. Segura was not only selected over more qualified candidates and more experienced candidates, but that she seemed to demonstrate a lack of job knowledge with respect to her duties as the HR administrator?
I think that would be difficult. I don't think we had any kind of determination if it was a lack of knowledge or if it was, some of these things were, done intentionally, or some of these were done the way they've been done previously. I don't think we had any kind of conclusion with respect to that.
So it's fair to say then that some of the things that we see could potentially be attributed to lack of knowledge, but it also might be attributed to something more nefarious, like intentional interference in the process.
It's possible.
All right. I'll
We
pass the
didn't
witness.
have any conclusion, but it's possible.
You're not telling the board that happened, right? You're not saying that.
No, we didn't have anything that we found that would show
Okay,
any
that's
clear
fine.
intent.
It's possible that a meteor could come in here. If we're lucky, it might happen. I just keep finding things that really, really question your work, sir, and I'm sorry to say this to you, but you realize that the board, not this board, but the previous board in 2017, they in talking about pay raises, they had given out the raises way back then, there were many above the pay scale. Did you know that? This is
I think I just mentioned that there was a 2013 report that indicated there was a number of employees paid above the pay scale, and that Weslaco ISD does not put a cap on that. It's not, I don't think we have any statement in the report about that being a violation of policy.
That's right. And what I'm referring to is August 21st of 2017. Let's take from your records. That we had less than a week. I mean, I know you had 9 months, 350,000, but we had less than a week, and this is what we found. And it says here that they approved it, that they approved it well. In fact, I'll read it from you, and I'm going to ask that this be in here. Dr. Dravetta commended staff for job well done on pay raises. He questioned the number of employees who were not getting a pay raise due to being maxed out. Ms. Segura informed the board that there are 109 employees who have maxed out. However, the board has been generous in giving everyone a raise, including those who have maxed out. And in fact, I believe the board has maxed out, gave raises this past year. What's wrong with that?
I don't think we'd say that there's anything wrong with that. I think what
Well, I think
we were asked to do is provide information to the board about compensation, and one of the observations was that there are a number.
But this was in your file, and you didn't point out to the board, well, you know, in 2017, the board had already given a bunch of raises. It really wasn't Ms. Segura.
We pointed out in 2013 that there was a number
It was
of,
2017, sir. 2017.
I don't think we're pointing to any fault with this observation. This was part of the review of the HR department and the pay practices.
Now, let's talk about the compensation plan and the allegation that she gave someone a job, or approved someone with a job, I'm not even really clear on it, who wasn't part of the compensation plan. You know, just to be clear, you were hired when, sir?
Weaver was hired February 10th, 2020.
Okay. By the way, Mr. President, I'm marching that email, the school board meeting minutes as MS7, dated August 21, 2017. Here's an email, again, in your own records, Mr. Kastner. Okay? From my client to the superintendent and to the compensation specialist about a compensation plan dated 2018-2019 that again has a construction manager, I can't read it very well, construction maintenance manager approved for the position.
There was a compensation plan that was approved on August 20th, 2018, and then if you look at our exhibit C6, there's the board minutes reflecting that there was a revised compensation plan that was approved on December 10th, 2018. And so the point that we made in the report was the individual was hired I believe in November.
Right. But if the plan was in place, in effect, and the position budgeted for, it was already on the books. It needed to be filled, right?
No, I think what we observed was that the compensation plan that was approved on August 20th, 2018 did not include the construction maintenance manager position. It was discussed at a budget meeting on August 31st, 2018, but it was not approved by the board.
Well, your records certainly are different, so I'll leave it, I'll put it in here, and this board or a jury later on can make that decision. This is MS 18, pardon, 8. It's highlighted. Only got 2 days ago. Okay. So I'm going to put it here, MS8, which is the approval by the specialist on August 31st. I'm going to do it, that's MS8, MS9 is another minutes of a board meeting where they approved it. I've got it marked here for you to see. And another one on August 20. I'll mark that as MS-10. All of these records come straight from your file, sir.
And that's also Exhibit C6 to our report, Exhibit
Very good.
C5, 6, and 7, it's the same documents. I think what I'm referring to as board approval of the compensation plan was December 2018, not approval by the compensation specialist.
The board certainly knew about it, didn't they?
I wouldn't know. I know that they approved it.
Well, according to Ms. Valdez, she uses one of the excuses why it's good cause to fire this woman, even though the board had approved it before the decision was made, at least according to your records. It's fine, sir.
The records
Bring it up to the
that
board.
we've
They've got plenty of
seen,
decision to make.
Well, he's saying that that's not true, though. I don't think you get to misrepresent what this shows.
The records show what they show. If you want to cross-examine them, you can. I know exactly what they say because they're in English. I pass the witness.
And no further questions of Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
May Mr. Kasner be excused?
Yes, yes. Thank you,
Kasner,
sir.
thank you for your time, sir.
okay, thank you.
We will now move to closing statements.
I have one more witness, my client.
Oh, I'm sorry.
May I proceed? Could you please state your name for the record, ma'am? Is it okay if she stays here, or would you prefer her at the podium?
It's up there.
I can hear, we can hear. Can you hear?
Can you tell us very briefly, Ms. Segura, when you started working for the district, take us through the history of the positions you worked before, well, up until the current day?
Okay, so I began my employment in September of 1997. Dr. Ruben Alejandro was the first principal that I worked for. I believe I worked at Mary Hook Middle School for about 2-3 years. Then I was promoted to HR secretary back in 2003. I worked there for about 2-3 years, then was promoted to payroll specialist. I was there for 6 to 7 years. Then I was moved to the energy department position. From there, I went to migrant department data analyst up to 2014. And then after that, I was promoted to HR administrator, then HR director. So this year would have been my 25th year with the district.
What's been your experience working for Weslaco ISD?
I love my district and I love my community. And I have always worked to the best of my ability. And the people that know me, my colleagues, board members that I've had the privilege, great individuals that I've had the privilege to work with, know that I always complete a task that is given to me by my, supervisors, and I get the job done. If I'm asked to do something, I get the job done.
The board has your evaluations from 2013 to the present. Can you tell us real briefly what kind of evaluations were they? What kind of grade were you given by the people that you worked for?
I've always received great evaluations, always.
Up until this audit was issued, has anybody ever complained about it that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Let's get this elephant out of the room, ma'am. Have you worked on campaigns before?
I have.
Why
I
do
have
you-
since 2003, and I will continue to,
Why do you do that?
because I love it, and I love my community. I love helping great individuals who have good intentions. I believe each one of you do, and everybody has that right. I come from a long line of veterans in my family who, leave their families for many years to make sure that we afforded those rights, and I plan to continue to exercise them. This audit, or, you know, sometimes people refer to it as a witch hunt, it's not going to stop my political activity. That is something that is deeply rooted in me. I love it, and I'm going to continue to help my community.
And all have you helped board members in the past?
Of course I
Either candidates or those that were elected?
have.
Have you ever asked any of them for any job or any remuneration or anything else for your help?
Never.
Okay, I think we pretty much established that this gentleman could not provide the policy violations or information to show policy violations to this board. Your Dr. Valdez admittedly has never worked for you and knows nothing about your work ethic or how you worked, and is relying solely on that report. Mentioned several things in that report. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I took some notes, and I don't want to go, it's late, I don't want to go through everything. You know, I've made the record that we need for future events if needed. And let's pull my notes up here. And they kind of correspond a little bit to what Mr. Kavanaugh was saying. So let's first talk about the issues with the compensation plan and the pay scales.
Okay, specifically, the one that was mentioned, the Assistant Athletic Director, that was a request from Dr. Canales, superintendent at the time, the date of the actual board meeting to approve the budget and the compensation plan. So I was asked that same day at the last minute, I want to make this move. Is there a problem with it? Now that it's being pointed out, of course there is. But was I given sufficient time to do the research that normally goes with making a change, relying on TASB, calling other districts to find alignment? I was not given that opportunity. And when a superintendent, who is my immediate supervisor, tells me to do something, I obey. And that is the situation that he discussed.
Okay. What about the interview questions? You made point of you sending yourself the interview questions before the interviews by the committee for the HR director position. Can you
Yes.
talk about that?
Yes, and specifically in my interview with Mr. Kastner, his remarks are correct that I stated I didn't recall. However, I did explain to him the manner in which I obtained my job and the reason why I would have possibly. I did mention that I was tasked with creating the packets. I did mention in my interview that me emailing questions that I was asked to create myself for the boys, for the committee, would not have given me an advantage. If I wrote them, I would not need to email them to myself. I emailed them at 6:47 p.m. The people that work with me know that I always leave late. I emailed them in the event that changes need to be made, because once I go home, I have dinner, but work doesn't stop. I work to late hours of the night, and my colleagues know that. I prepared packets. In fact, following day when I was interviewed, I had already been told by the superintendent that I would not be receiving a formal interview. That the first year as an HR administrator, he specifically stated to me, you didn't know, but you were already in your interview the first year. And I have already determined that you can do the job. You have the skill set, and I am recommending you. So I already knew that. So I knew that I did not need any advantage of emailing questions to me. It was because I was asked to prepare. And I mentioned some of that, but there was no follow-up. I think I was interviewed sometime late August after the level 3. It might have even been 2 weeks before the final September 20th presentation. Might have even been early September. So I don't recall that any I did stress, if you have follow-up questions, come back to me because I want to clear the record. It kind of seemed like it was just a let's get it done so that the record shows it was done. But what I explained to him during that interview is kind of similar to what Mr. Jesse Fonseca, interviewee number 9, mentioned in his interview statement. The summary states that the interviewee felt that the interview process was just for show and that it was predetermined. Mr. Fonseca is a payroll director. Everybody knows and hears what's up. Everybody has, I'm sure, heard from the superintendent. He works under the assistant superintendent, who the superintendent, Dr. Alejandro at the time, intended for the position. So emailing questions to myself were not for an advantage, and it was not intended for any unethical purpose. I was asked to create the material. If I'm interviewing for the position, then why would they task me to create the documents? Then they should have done it themselves. That is not my fault. I cannot answer for the decisions and the choices that others made.
Ms. Segura, let's talk a little bit about, the last thing I have on here was he had some concern, or he reported his findings of you interfering with the interview process of certain employees after you became the director.
Okay.
And he mentioned, something, a former employee, Elizabeth Alanese, and two current employees that he
Yes. The veteran board members will remember the situation with Ms. Alanese. She didn't leave here on good terms. In fact, I believe she resigned in lieu of termination. So I have a problem with a disgruntled employee providing a statement against me and Mr. Kastner or the district not following up specifically. This is what was said. This is, I would have known that this was the individual saying these things. I would have given him better information to follow up on. There's a reason, and I don't agree with those statements that were being made.
Did you ever interfere with the interview process by contacting the interview committee?
If I ever contacted a principal, it was always at the request of a board member. I was asked to follow up, and if I'm asked to follow up on something, once again, I do as I'm told. If a principal calls me, because we have such great working relationships, Mr. Buttermer, I don't know if he stepped out, but he's one that would often call. Look, I don't have time to play around with this. I need a teacher in my classroom. What do you think about the person I'm trying to recommend? Do you think it's going to be okay? I read some of those conversations in there, but they're taken out of context in that report. Did those conversations happen? They most certainly did. But why did they happen? Because we have such good working relationships where they can call and ask. It was never me calling and saying, you must recommend this person. It was always at their request, tell me, what do you think? What do you know? Dr. Jaime, I thank you for the comments you made after the Weaver report, because you're absolutely right. Veteran board members, and I'm sorry, Mr. Neto, I keep looking at you, but it's because I know that you were in the majority of those meetings. Dr. Rodriguez came in, I believe, a year or two afterwards, and I highly respect you, and I know that you know that what I'm saying would be factual. Your statements regarding some recommendations that were made that were not presented to the board, you're absolutely right. There are backstories to those, specifically the two that are mentioned in his report. They have disciplinary files. One of them, it is public record, you can verify, had a police record. And those are reasons that I was asked, follow up with the principal tomorrow. So do I call principals? Yes, but it is always at the request of the board or the superintendent. I don't do things on my own. And I think that the people that have worked with me the longest know that about me. Am I asked by principals and staff to get a feel of the board for their recommendation? Of course I am. Those conversations happen all the time. But that is never me trying to manipulate the process. That is me doing my job.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell them? Because once I pass you, I don't think I'm going to ask any more questions.
The last item are the issues with the compensation plan. Mr. Kastner made reference to some compensation studies that were done back in 2013. I read that study, and that study said absolutely this district needs to stop providing raises to people who have maxed out. That there's a lot of fluctuation. Do we see it in the inequity in pay? Of course we do. That has always been there. But when a board approves or a superintendent such as Dr. Alejandro at the time, Dr. Canales, Dr. Leo, she was also a veteran HR director in her time. If a superintendent comes and says, no, this is the pay, that I want to pay this individual that I'm recommending, a lot of times questions an executive is, well, what is the pay? Is this person going to accept the job because the pay is too low? There are always conversations about compensation. Those are decisions that are made at the top level, and then directives are given to me. Those are not decisions I make on my own. My job is to provide TASB information for comparability, to provide query reports of current employees, where they are with salary versus years of experience with state and district. And sometimes you can't even tell by that. Like Dr. Valdez said, in your last meeting from your extended HR consultant, you're absolutely right, ma'am. An HR director or administrator needs a special skill set. And as you mentioned that you have history or institutional knowledge, I think that's the advantage I have too. And when you see a report of employees with state and district years of experience, and you see differences in salary, a lot of times there's answers as to why. Sometimes some of those experiences are not comparable. A person, two people with the same years, 2020, one could have been a paraprofessional for 19 and 1 year as a professional, while the other person could have been at a professional capacity for 20 years, which merits a higher pay range because they've earned higher pay raises. There's a lot of examples of different scenarios. But many times, that's why I follow my grievances, and that's why I was adamant about, hey, let me participate. I agree with you. If you want answers, ask me so that I can fill him in, so that you can get facts for $350,000. As, Mr. Godinez mentioned, my December 20th evaluation, I had recommended all those things to Dr. Canales. Following the McAllen ISD HR procedural manual, we've never had a manual. We follow the process that has been in place forever. And I have been asking on multiple of those evaluations, you're going to see that I asked for hire the second HR person. I've been doing the job alone for 6 years. I need that second person. I need the HR receptionist too. I have to pull my staff so that we can be better organized and plan. I would have loved to have 2 HR directors and a consultant helping me. Things would have gotten straightened out. But you can see in those evaluations that I made those recommendations. So is there room for improvement? Of course there was. And his recommendations, I'm not objecting to those recommendations. I mentioned them in the December 20th evaluation. Those are things that I would have loved to have in place. But a lot of times I didn't get to do my work because I always was tasked with helping my colleagues, which I did willingly. Because overall, if my team succeeds, the district succeeds.
That's what this, thank you.
Ms. Segura, your counsel has referenced the fact that there was approximately $350,000 spent on this audit. And I guess that one of the things that you would agree is that there's quite a lot of documentation associated with this audit. Is that correct? And so we are making a part of the record this evening, not only the audit report itself, but the appendices and exhibits to that. And so we conclude, based upon Mr. Kasner's testimony, that they reached some findings of fact with respect to what their audit showed. Would you agree with that?
Well, I don't agree with fact. It was fluffed with a lot of opinions, personal opinions, such as Ms. Alanese and several others. But ultimately, at the end of their statements, they did make it a point to make sure they're not liable. That ultimately, the person being interviewed stated, I did not interfere with the process.
Okay.
But they did include the fluff in between.
They also included the documents and exhibits that would support any facts that they reported, correct?
They did, however, not completely.
All right. I guess I haven't heard anything surprising. And first of all, let me point out, this audit report itself, the September audit report from the Weaver firm has been available on the district's website since about September, is that correct? Okay. And so it's nothing in the report. I mean, you knew what the contents of the report were before, long before.
I didn't know the statements or the backup or all of the documents that they had access that they didn't make reference to that contradict the personal opinions in the statements.
Okay. What I am surprised about and what I'm curious about is something that your counsel has raised, and that is the fact that when your personnel file is reviewed, it seems to be substantially missing large portions of what we would find in a personnel file. Do you have an explanation for that?
I don't, but I do have something to contribute to that.
Well, let me ask you this, first of all.
Well,
That
it'll
personnel,
answer it. It'll answer it.
all right, I'll let you answer.
Okay, so February of 2021, both Dr. Vanales and I filled out a request to get a complete copy of our personnel file. That is when she was first placed on the agenda for possible suspension. We both shared the thought that something would happen to our file. So in February, we signed a records request for a complete copy of our personnel file. That request should be, and it is in the file. That is how we obtained copies of my evaluation. So in February, they were part of the record. The copies were provided to both Dr. Vanales and I. Then I was removed in March, and now they're no longer there. So I cannot answer what happened after I was removed.
All right, I do want to ask you just some record-keeping questions. So is it fair to say that while you were the HR director, you would have been the custodian of records with respect to not only your personnel file, but other personnel files of people within the district?
I do have at that time, under my direction, a certification officer, Mr. Al Peña, who was tasked with the responsibility of maintaining personnel files. He is the only one that had the key. He is the one who would keep a log of who would request records.
Would you have had the ability?
Ultimately, as a supervisor, yes.
You would have had the ability to go and access those records yourself?
Yes.
Okay. So no question, at some point in time, you could have gone and gotten anything that was in your personnel file, made copies of it, done, if you were inclined, not suggesting you did, but if you were inclined, you could have removed items from that file.
Yes, but I did not.
Okay. So I want to talk to you as a HR director about the processes. Are there sometimes records that are kept concerning an employee separate from their personnel file?
Yes.
Okay, and in what instances might that occur, that there would be records relating to an employee, but they would not have been kept in the actual personnel file?
Those would be grievances, other types of, those type of disciplinary files.
Okay. And is it fair to say, as HR director, you're familiar with the fact that at sometimes part of the resolution of a grievance might be to, quote, seal portions of the personnel file?
Yes.
And as part of a resolution of a lawsuit, you might, quote, seal part of a personnel file. Is that, have portions, any portions of your personnel file been sealed based upon your involvement in, first of all, any grievance? Have any portions of your personnel file been sealed as a result of the lawsuit that you filed against the district? Do you have then any explanation, as you sit here, as to why significant portions, including all the favorable evaluations, are missing from your personnel file?
No, and it doesn't surprise me because Dr. Valdez, when she visited me late September, she also mentioned that she did not have any access to any of my current grievance files. So, I did find it shocking. She had already advised me that she had no access to any of my files.
Would it surprise you, Ms. Segura, to learn that an employee recently reported to Dr. Valdez that following...
Wait a second. Again, I'm going to object. We're going outside of the aspect of this report. The law requires, and the notice requires, that we be given opportunity so that she can clearly understand what we did here.
And in that context, the question of her credibility with respect to her testimony is an important issue for the board to consider.
Well, then let's get
It's
that
n-
employee here so I can.
It's not a
cross-examine.
ground for termination, but I do have the right to confront her with respect to this issue in order to challenge whether or not this is credible, her testimony has been credible. They basically have made an accusation that somehow somebody within the district has destroyed this information. I'm entitled to explore the other side of that, whether or not somebody at the direction of Ms. Segura may have destroyed that
I
information.
never made that allegation. I'm saying it's extremely surprising. It's the only district in my 30 years of practice that's lost very important personnel records.
I agree, sir.
So, you know, I mean,
Our counsel should respond. Topic was brought up. by Mr.
I think the
Gomez.
door's been opened. I'm gonna pose the question. So would it surprise you that an employee?
is that what the president is ruling here? I mean, we've taken a
So-
week now
You can
to go
consult
over
Mr.
something that was millions of emails. We were given a week to
We're
review.
going to continue with a
opportunity.
question.
And we've shown this district how that is an unreliable report. And now you want to pull something out of the hat at the last minute?
You pulled it out of the hat,
Mr. Wood?
counsel.
That's not true at all.
All right, I'm going
I'm
to,
not the one that lost the records. I'm not the one that have the records. She just testified that they
Mr.
were
President,
there in February.
Mr. President, I think that the issue here is that the missing records wasn't even, has nothing to do with the current audit, and that's what we had this meeting about, was the audit findings. Mr. Godinez himself brought up the topic as far as the records being missing, so now that topic, I think,
That's not true.
is allowed to be
That was
addressed.
brought up by the superintendent.
We could ask our attorney if he can continue, Mr. Eloy?
Yeah, I believe Mr. Godinez opened the floor.
As long as the attorney
Mr. Wood?
agrees.
Ms. Segura, would it surprise you that an employee of Weslaco Independent School District recently reported to Dr. Valdez as the interim superintendent that you directed that employee to go to the law offices of Fernando Saenz after Mr. Saenz passed away and retrieve boxes of documents relating to your employment and to take them and store them in the warehouse?
No, no. Any records from Mr. Sines were at the direction of the district council, superintendent to safeguard those. That directive did not come from me.
All right.
So
I have
the
no
answer
further
is no.
questions. I have no further questions to the witness.
The only question that I have, ma'am, let's talk about when you were reassigned. How did you find out you were going to be reassigned?
I had a meeting with Dr. Canales and Mr. Avila.
And what did Dr. Canales tell you about the reassignment?
Dr. Canales mentioned that some concerns regarding me and the HR department have been raised, and that in meeting with Board President, Mr. Cuella, and District Council, Mr. Sepulveda, that she was advised not to get involved, to let the auditor deal with it. So that she was removing me at the request to not get involved and allow the audit to take its course.
So did she tell you, was that the only reason that she gave you for your reassignment?
She stated that several individuals, making reference to that meeting, had suggested that she save herself, because at that point, I believe she had been on the agenda once or twice regarding suspension. And so she pretty much led me to believe that that was the reason for her decision. I was not given a reason. I pressed to know the reason why, and during the whole grievance audit, I kept getting, the statement or the comment that we can't tell you, the auditor will let you know what you did wrong. And I didn't find out from the auditor what I did wrong until it was presented to the board September 20th.
I have nothing further.
If we might take a 5-minute break for comfort purposes, and I will make a determination whether there's any kind of rebuttal evidence, but I think we're just about done.
I think the school board also has.
Oh, yeah,
right to
that's
ask
right.
questions, so-
You all do have the opportunity to ask questions.
Yes, sir, we do.
5 minutes?
Take 5
Start
minutes.
here.
5 minutes?
Well, let me follow the script?
Yes, sir.
It says here that we do have 10 minutes for closing remarks. I mean, are we going to take those 10 minutes?
Well, I believe that does that come before your questions? I don't recall from the script.
Questions first?
Questions first, and then,
Questions first?
Right.
No. Right here, I thank you for what you've given us.
Okay.
We now move it to closing statements. Mr. Wood, you have 10 minutes to present a closing statement. Would you like to preserve some time for a rebuttal statement? And if so, how much?
He said 5 minutes.
Your counsel has recommended that you all go ahead and proceed to ask your questions at this point, and there is a mechanism within that script. So if we can do that, and then we'll do the closing arguments.
Okay, then, we have, presentations are now concluded. The board members will now be given 5 minutes at a time to ask questions so that each board member is given a chance to ask questions. Following this questioning, the board will begin formal deliberations with the assistance of Mr. Sepulveda. I will start with Mr. Nieto. You have 5 minutes to ask questions.
a lot of information. I had the opportunity to read the audit, since I have time to read the audit. And so, good presentations, but both. I just think, like I've always done, depending what the superintendent recommends, then I'll go with that. I've always done things that way, and I don't have any questions. Good presentation by both of you.
Next,
Mrs. Sustaita?
I do have several questions that I was writing down as you guys were speaking. First of all, have you or the HR department turned people away who applied for a job but didn't meet the qualifications?
If they don't meet the their names are not forwarded.
Their names are not forwarded when they don't meet the qualifications. So did you know when you applied for the HR director that it required a master's degree?
No, ma'am, and it was
Okay.
actually Mr. Weslaco in his statement, he was not aware. He did not have a master's degree. In fact, 3 of the individuals that were interviewed did not hold a master's degree, which I'm included in those 3. So if it was understood that it was required, I don't think any one of those would have applied or been interviewed.
Okay, so we know that you were working for a master's degree, but you didn't have it yet. So you were not told, you were or you were not told by the HR department that you did not meet the qualifications? So the HR department didn't tell you. My other question, because the big elephant, like we said in the room, we keep saying, Ms. Segura, the very first couple of pages on the audit says, and I know that in the newspaper and all this, it was the gatekeeper. Were you influenced by the board to recommend certain people?
Okay, so there is no influence to recommend certain people. I gave the auditor enough information to follow up on the situation, and I didn't want to cross the line in any privileged executive session conversations, but I gave him enough of one example to follow up on. And I was told, no, don't discuss it further. But since you're asking me, I'm going to continue that conversation to answer your question. Was I
Okay.
ever influenced? I gave him the example. If you all can recall, Dr. Rodriguez, Mr. Gonzalez, who's online, and Coach Nieto. If you recall, Mr. Carlos Martinez had 2 programmer analyst positions. And he made his recommendation. That's one of the questions. One of the things I'm being charged with. Recommendations are made, and how come different people walk out? He made a recommendation. Our board president, Mr. Cuellar, specifically said, no, what about this individual? We had to call Mr. Martinez in, and Mr. Martinez said, we provided a test for them to see if they can do programming, and he ranked the lowest, no, I can't. So the recommendation was, well, why did we give you 2 positions? well, you hired your person and hired the other one, and there was some concerns with that. So
I think
it
you
was-
answered my question
so it was tabled.
about the board influencing. You'll carry that conversation later with Mr.
That
Kasner.
was my point to Mr. Kasner. My comment was, these hiring conflicts or concerns or decisions, my response was, those are set from the top. And it's not fair for me to be expected to answer for what 3 superintendents and previous board members may have decided on.
And that's my point, because our DC local policy says that the superintendent, not the board members, are the ones who pick people to get hired. So by you saying the board, and you did mention that earlier when you were speaking, the board member prefers this person, and you would tell the principal that. The board members do not hire people. The superintendent does, and that's DC local policy.
So, ma'am, Dr. Rodriguez made the perfect response or remark to that. When the question was raised about the board micromanaging, he said the last 8, 9 positions have occurred the same way. Perfect example, the district safety and security director. Dr. Canales walked in with a different recommendation, and we walked out with Mr. Reyna. That was not her recommendation.
You're very misinformed because you were not in there, and she did not walk in, and I don't know what positions Mr. Rodriguez was talking about, and if they were, it's because they didn't meet the qualifications. My other question, the superintendent shall define qualifications, not the HR director. However, we saw in the exhibits that you did change qualifications and duties for some ACE directors, there's some on the exhibits on the audit that have your handwritten notes.
That's not my handwritten notes.
Okay, so it says Melva Seguida. I guess there's another Melva Seguida. Another one. Did you reassign people without approval from the superintendent?
No, only the superintendent can approve. The example that Dr. Valdez mentioned was done by Mr. Sergio Garcia, and during the break, I mentioned to him, do you realize that's your example?
I know Dr. Canales' handwriting, and that was her handwriting and her signature, and she
But
said,
I'm letting you know, yes.
You did.
That is a true statement,
Mhm.
but that was not done by me. You're asking me if I did that. No, I did not. The individual who did that is sitting right here.
so there's other people that
Yeah,
reassign and appoint
exactly. So I'm
people
having to answer for
with no
everybody else's
superintendent
decisions.
approval.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to move on. Yeah, you'll have a chance for the last question. Okay, now, Coach Jesse Trevino, do you have any questions for any of the parties?
I have, the first one's a statement. You know, I know we were referenced that Jesse Trevino, Jackie, Sustaita, Mark, that we were heavily involved with this audit. I'm gonna tell you guys, we volunteered when they asked. In front of the board, they asked, who wants to be the direct representatives or who wants to be the line of communication? So I volunteered, Jackie volunteered, Mark volunteered. It was not just because we're out there doing something. We want answers. There's a lot happening in this district and we want answers. And we just got on the board. We want answers for a lot of things that are happening in this district. So it wasn't, it was by choice. The second thing I'm going to ask is, you as an HR director, would you agree that you have an obligation to bring things forward when something is wrong or something is not in agreement with policy, with things that we have in place? Do you have an obligation, whether you are being told by somebody or so forth, or a supervisor, do you not have an obligation to the job, to the district, to bring things forward?
I do, and if I did, I would have, but you're stating compensation and things that are directly under the duties of the superintendent by the Texas Education Code. So I was never presented with something that the superintendent or the board may have done illegally, if that's what you're asking me. So yes, I agree with you, I should.
Okay.
And that would fall under a whistleblower, but I was never presented with that case.
Okay, well, because your attorney tonight, you know, he mentioned a lot of things, but almost like none of the blame falls on you. It's everybody else, Canales, everybody else except yourself, but yet you're the HR director though.
I'm not the decision maker, that's what I'm trying to say.
What do you want to blame me for?
But,
I have
you know,
to-
we spent a lot of money on this audit report, and I believe every district should be doing an audit report to keep everybody on their toes 3, 4, or 5 years, yearly, or excuse me, every 4 or 5 years. We spent a lot of money on this audit report, and it brought forward a lot of information that's needed to clean a lot of the way things are operating around here. So, for that point, again, that's just my thing is everything goes through the HR department, hiring, practice, everything in Kasner, Weaver, whoever, the Weaver firm that we hired did an excellent job putting this audit report together and informing the public, informing us about the things that did happen during your time there. So.
Still occurring. So I wouldn't have spent $350 of taxpayer money. You could have just asked me these questions. I would have saved y'all $350 and to still continue the same practice. Does it make sense?
Well, I know, and you referred right now, and I'm glad you did, 8 or 9 things that we turned away from that we're not micromanaging, that we're micromanaging. Micromanaging is what occurred during your during your time when we kept changing credentials, changing this, changing that to fit certain people. How could we, and there's examples, how could we bring forward or open a job and open it with 2 things that nobody else would have? A PE position with a criminal justice position. That's not unheard of.
Somebody was already in that position. They had already been created prior.
But you opened it up. That's unheard of. You don't open up a PE position with a criminal justice. If you want one, just open one. But you didn't. And that was only one person applied for that position, and we all know who that was.
That was at the request of the principal based on her schedule.
See, again, we're gonna say it was somebody else's recommendation.
There are forms that show that.
Okay, yes.
The Texas Education Code directly gives that responsibility that.
That is a fact. It did happen that way. It's on the audit report,
There
sir.
are forms that show that it was not her recommendation, it was the principal.
And that person just happened to be a son-in-law.
No, prior it was a coach that came from Edinburgh.
No, but the position listed in the audit report is the same thing. I have no more questions.
Okay, thank you, Coach. Dr. Jaime Rodriguez, do you have any questions for any of the parties?
I do, Ms. Segura. In regards to, I know there's been a lot of questions about micromanaging and the board influencing. We know what happens, in closed session, but before these hires were getting to closed session, did you get influenced by any previous board members before we even got to closed session?
And so I'm glad that you asked that question because only the veteran board members would know that. And this is why I make reference that you would agree with what I'm saying is what has been said in executive. Many times, if you recall, specifically, you had asked about a possible recommendation for a baseball coach from a neighbor district. You did your due diligence in asking for the backstory, what's the situation, right? And the principal still recommended that individual. And Dr. Rivera specifically stated, and this is a comment that was given to us, made to us many times. He scolded Dr. Canales and myself many times, and I'm quoting him, I do not like to be, don't make us the bad person in front of the community. Get a feel for the board first. I don't like being the bad person. So don't bring it to us if you know you don't have the votes. So he would scold us many times, don't make me be the bad person. I don't like doing that. So what does that mean? Have Melva call the principal and have Assistant Superintendent Ms. Peterson speak to the mother of that candidate. Did that not happen, sir? It did.
One of the things I do want to be clear, it's very clear in the script that no one's to ask questions of the trustees.
Okay, well, I'm making a general statement. So to answer your question, was I influenced? when I'm being scolded back there with the superintendent about don't make me be the bad person in front of the community, get a feel before you bring it? Yes.
Thank you. Another question I had, I did have an issue with Weaver and not being able to directly corroborate with Mr. Garcia, Mrs. Segura. The information that we received, and Mr. Sepulveda, you can kind of help us out with this, is that Weaver was instructed not to communicate with Mrs. Segura at the directive from Mr. Godinez until after the level 3 grievance was heard.
That is correct. We received a letter from Mr. Godinez saying that no one talked to my client at all unless he was present.
Mr. Godinez, do you?
Yeah. No, I mean, look, there's a letter that every lawyer says that sends out when there's going to be litigation that I don't want people talking to my client. But then it became a problem. Then they took it to the nth extreme to where even I think it was Dr. Canales who was the one there, was like, well, we can't even talk to, excuse me, please. Well, even Dr. Canales was having trouble communicating, and they were in the process of moving her, and I said, guys, I just didn't want you talking about, anything having to do with her employment, if she's gonna get fired, obviously, or the grievance that we had placed, and the grievance that we had placed was for the transfer from HR director to deal. That was not it. It had nothing to do, I didn't even know you guys were doing an audit. We were here at the time, and I remember seeing all y'all's faces when I said, well, nobody's contacted my client. Every single one of y'all looked pretty surprised to me. Maybe I misread it, but that's pretty unusual particularly for somebody who has property rights, a contract in your policies and in the law. If you're going to accuse them of something, the first corroboration you do is to that person. And so, I know you have a lot of faith in this Weaver. I'm not sure you should. I've done the best I can to show you what's wrong about it. I don't know them. I have nothing against them. I don't know anything about them, sir, but,
Thank you, sir.
May I respond to that? And that's what I want to say in response to that is, apparently they took counsel at his word. Don't talk to my client about her employment. And I mean, once that instruction is sent in writing, that you all didn't have any choice. Counsel didn't have any choice. They're bound not to. They know that she's represented by counsel. They were not in a position to question her. So,
Y'all really want to clear it up? Go back and look at the grievance. They're all recorded. There were conversations in those grievances. Well, when's the auditor going to call me? And he said, oh, they'll be calling you. Don't worry about it. They'll be calling you. Go look at those. They're all recorded, guys.
I know, but I thought you just said you didn't know anything about the audits.
No, I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know anything about the audit until I was told they're doing an audit. I mean, I'm not a taxpayer here.
We consistently requested that Ms. Segura get all the opportunities to be interviewed. In fact, it held up the report number 1. And even during the grievance processes, we still continue to ask counsel whether they could interview Ms. Segura so they can wrap up report number 1 and finalize it. And we were consistently told that we could not until the grievance hearings were finished.
Mr. De Los Santos, if I may, since April, when I started the level 1 grievance with Mr. Aguilar as the hearing officer, I kept asking, what did I do wrong? And when will why don't you let me defend myself? Mr. Aguilar and Dr. Canales during the level 2 in May both stated, I can't give you more information. The auditor will be calling you, if that's correct. The auditor will be calling you and he'll be, letting you know. So that is in the transcripts. There's no transcript of the level 1, but the level 2 with Dr. Canales, it clearly states where she is responding to us that the auditor will be calling me. And my comments were great because I have a lot of things to say. I want to talk to him. And it was not until Miss Jackie mentioned it in late August, and I'm glad that she did because she, you all look surprised. But when she raised the question, why has the auditor not spoken to her? Immediately, 2 weeks later, that's when I had my interview. That was my first, conversation with the auditor.
I think actually the question was, why hasn't Dr. Canales told you?
What? Yes.
Right,
And
that was my question.
The response was that the auditor would tell me.
Well, let's get back to the individual board members addressing. Did you have any more?
So let me have one more question.
Well, since we went by the five, I'll come back and.
Okay.
and Mr. De Los Santos, do you have
I have a lot of questions.
any
what-
questions for
What
the
is the
party?
time
Now,
frame
remember,
here?
we got 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay. I'll start first with Dr. Valdez. We'll have a second opportunity to come back, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Valdez, the termination letter that was given to Ms. Segura, who was that created by and who was that reviewed by? That termination letter? Was legal counsel involved in the creation?
Legal counsel was involved.
Okay, was legal counsel at any time directed to also review the audit and look at the findings and the documentation and evidence, appendixes?
Yes.
Is there still a review going on right now at the moment of the audit by legal counsel?
Yes.
Did at any time the board state that they wanted legal counsel so that we can have fairness and be fair to all parties involved, that we wanted legal counsel, two firms that we had looking at it, review the audit, look at the actions made by employees, and then look at possible consequences, whether minor or major?
Yes.
Thank you. My next one is for Mr. Abel Aguilar. Can I call on him? Okay, and I'll be brief. Mr. Aguilar, at the time that Ms. Segura was moved, anywhere, it's fine. At the time that Ms. Segura was moved from her position and reassigned to the grant writer position, I know Dr. Canales was involved in looking over that department. Were you also involved in participating and going into that department?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
So the way that happened was when the transition happened, there was a lot of questions from principals, a lot of information coming in. So at the time, Dr. Canales says, I need you to assist me in that department, and that's where
Okay.
I started assisting in that department.
Okay, at the time that you went into the department and started to assist Dr. Canales in the department, Dr. Canales reported to the board the condition of the office and the condition of files and whatnot. What was the condition that you saw? Was everything in compliance?
There were multiple files located in the office that had not been filed, mainly referenced to as red folders or personnel files. Those started as a process went on with Ms. Vargas coming in, slowly getting that organized and getting those files organized.
Did you participate in the creation of the presentation that was given to the board by Dr. Canales it was a multi-page presentation that was given to the board as to why Ms. Segura was being reassigned? Did you participate in in the creation of that PowerPoint?
No.
You did not? Okay. And then my next question is for, I think Mr. Susaita already clarified Ms. Segura's, no, I'm done with you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you. My next question is for Mr. Godinez.
Yes, sir.
The attorney, you handed me these files, and it is the missing files that we don't have out of her record.
Only part of it.
Right, that show her job performance, and you said there was stellar reviews. Who signed off on these files? Who created this? Who's the one that signed off on that?
These files were provided to me by Ms. Segura.
These files were signed off by Dr. Canales, her review of Ms. Segura.
I don't know who signed them.
Well, you handed them to me, but it says here that they're signed by her. So my question is, do you know who reassigned Ms. Segura? Who was the one that reassigned her? Who informed her that she's being reassigned?
I was told by my client that it was Ms. Canales.
Dr. Canales. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. And Mr. Andrew Gonzalez, do you have any questions for any of the parties?
Yes, I do, Coach. Can y'all hear me okay?
We can't hear him.
Can y'all hear me okay?
No, we can't hear him.
Can you hear me? Más o menos. Let me yell a little. One, I want to thank everybody here tonight, both parties. Thank you. But my question really is just to Mr. Woods. I just want to make sure that the district did our part. Mr. Woods, and I hope you can hear me, was Ms. Segura and her attorney given the names of the people who were involved as part of the audit to cross-examine them as far as the allegations that were presented to us in the exhibits?
Mr. Kastner did not testify, I don't believe, on this point. When they interviewed the 13 witnesses who gave input with respect to the HR report, some of those witnesses had asked for anonymity. And so in the initial witness statements, they are not identified. However, nonetheless, counsel requested that they be provided those names, and we provided the names of each of those persons, identified all those persons, so that if they felt like it was important to call some of those people to testify on their behalf, they certainly had that opportunity. Likewise, they knew the identity of all those persons so that they could challenge any types of credibility issues, bias issues, et cetera.
May I
Thank you,
respond?
Mr. Wood.
Can I add a little bit more to that? Because that's not accurate. We had to get a judge, first of all, to order that records be produced, because I think because of your policy, sir, you recognize the policy requires that she be given the name of her accusers. That's what our Constitution requires, and that's what the board policy requires. So the first thing I got were statements with names redacted or that had no names. It just said, I interviewed this person at this time, and this is what they said. That was it. Yesterday, I received, I think at 3:15 exactly, a list of 30 people that were supposedly interviewed by Weaver, but with no indication that it's at this time. There was no way for me to identify who those people were in the statements. So to this day, we have no idea who he spoke to at which time. We know he, according to Mr. Wood, interviewed 30 people, but we don't know if those statements match up to those 30 people, because it's not listed.
And I must respond to that. I'm not one of those people that just jumps up in response to everything. But when something patently untrue is said, then I feel like it's my obligation to point out to the trustees what happened. The judge did not order us to provide that information. In fact, when we had discussions with the judge, I told the judge that we did not intend to introduce any of those particular witness statements with respect to the evidence that we would present. Nonetheless, I voluntarily told counsel that we would identify those individuals because I felt like he ought to have the opportunity to know who they were. I gave him a list in the order that those witness statements, it's 13, not 30. I gave him a list of those 13 witnesses in the order that those statements were provided to him. So again, not hard for him to figure out. One is, such and such, two is such and such. So that information has been made available to him.
I got it yesterday.
Yeah, again, he's right about the judge. I apologize. The judge pretty much told us he was going to order it. At least that was clear to me in the hearing, and he did the right, smart thing. Any lawyer does. Hey, you know what? Let me give it to you. Let me look good. And he should have done it because your policy requires it. Your policy says that any employee is entitled to confront their accusers. That's in your policy. We didn't make this up. And so I'll have to go back again. I thought it was 30, and they were numbered. They didn't say they were numbered according to the statement, and we didn't get it until yesterday. But, yeah, so I'm not trying to make him look bad. I'm not trying to say he's lying. I'm telling you that's what happened. If your question is, did you identify the accusers so that he could, or that she could, appropriately confront them if needed? Because this thing about being able to subpoena them, come on, that's not, I got it yesterday. There's not time to even make a subpoena. I was out of town by that matter, for that matter. So the answer is no to your question.
Thank you, gentlemen. I have no more questions, Coach Grant.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Now, before we move on, I will ask one more time if any board member has any other questions.
I do.
Mr. Nieto?
I don't.
Ms. Taita?
I do, just two brief ones. Ms. Segura, you say that Dr. Canales never told you why you were being reassigned, but she did make it a point to ask the board to approve her resignation before hearing your level 3 grievance. She was very adamant. I need you to approve my resignation before you hear the level 3. Do you know why?
I wouldn't know why.
Okay.
I would know, but I don't, I agree with you, what you're trying to insinuate, and that's absolutely not fair. For somebody to run out of town and not respond to directives that were given. I have the burden of having to answer for everybody's directives.
My second question, when you came with your lawyer, Mr. Godinez, for the level 3 hearing, were you aware that he wasn't eligible to practice as a lawyer? Mr. Godinez, were you eligible to practice as a lawyer when you came to the public, to the level 3
Yes.
grievance hearing?
Yes.
Because we looked up your record, sir, and you were not eligible to practice as a lawyer up until recently, about last week, I believe?
Yes, let me explain to you how the bar works. So there's a certain amount of public education requirements that we've had to have, CLE.
I'm aware.
Okay, and so we have to do 15 every year. Because of COVID, there wasn't a lot of things, and so I got off of them. I didn't get my 15. I didn't realize it. And so when I found out about it, in fact, I found out about it through the media. I went in and I think I was lacking 2 hours or 3 hours.
Regardless whether
So
you met
what
or not,
happens, ma'am,
you weren't eligible.
so what happens, ma'am, is the moment that you report those, what happens the moment you report those, your law license is automatically updated from the date, which would have been my birthday in December. So you can call the bar if you like, they'd be happy to tell you that. Plus, I don't think you need to be a lawyer to represent in front of the school district.
So would you say that other lawyers did meet the requirements, though?
I think lawyers
During
make,
COVID?
I think lawyers make that requirement all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just didn't meet them because...
I didn't. I failed my own responsibility and I didn't do it, and I'm thankful I live in a country that believes in second chances.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So to answer your question, Mrs. Baita, no, I was.
No, she didn't know that.
My only thing is, when you filed the TRO as a lawyer, as an attorney, you weren't able to practice at that time, correct?
Again, I can only tell you what I just told you,
I
which
know.
is the moment I found out that my license
Hey,
was.
it's a yes or no,
was,
just like you, earlier, you were telling everybody.
Yes, I was, then the
You
answer
were
is,
able to practice law?
yes, I was able to practice law.
Without
Yes.
your credits?
Without credits during the TRO?
If that's all you wanted, then it's yes.
I'm going to just ask for purposes of keeping the record to the issues relating to her employment, that we not explore this. It's
Yes,
extraneous.
understood.
It's extraneous, and yeah, I'd rather keep the record
We will
clean.
honor that. Doctor?
Just a comment and then a question real quick for Mr. Rodriguez. A comment, I don't recall Mrs. Staita, Dr. Canales being adamant about having her us accepting her resignation. I recall her, leaving and then coming back and then, leaving it up to us as to how we wanted her to stay on, for the board. And I think we decided, that we were in agreement, for her to go ahead and let her part ways. But I just wanted to clarify, since she's not here, that's how I understood it there.
I don't know
But
you were here.
Mr. Godinez, in regards to good cause, do you, if a supervisor feels that the job performance is not adequate, do you think that's good cause
So.
for a non-Chapter 21 employee?
Yes. So, no, I don't think so, and I think the law is very clear that performance alone will not establish good cause. If I may, again, I'm an employment lawyer, and so this is what I know, that every employment, unless you have a contract, is an at-will employment. You don't even need a reason to terminate somebody. But the moment you give them a contract, you give them certain rights. The contracts I prepare for my professional clients have good cause defined in them. Your policy does not have good cause defined, like most school districts. But good cause, there are cases out there that say, it has to be something more than they just made a mistake or didn't do their job correctly. It has to be of a level that would qualify for good cause. I personally don't believe that was met in this case, and I'll reiterate that in my closing. I believe there are other extraneous reasons for both the audit and the
So we can
victims
say
here,
good
but
cause is matter of opinion.
It's a very nebulous thing, sir. Yes,
Okay.
it's.
Thank you, sir.
But it's something more than just not doing your job.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Santos?
I have two questions. I just want to confirm, because I thought I heard it earlier. You stated, or did you state earlier, it's just a simple yes or no, that when you did call principals or admin, that you, at the direction, it was a direction of a board member? Is that what I heard correctly earlier? That you had said, well, when I called principals, it's because the board members had told me to do it and I did what I was told?
I gave you an example of,
But did you, yes, call admin on behalf of board members? Okay.
I gave you 2 examples.
That is, and that is, and my question, yes, I know you gave 2 examples and you stated yes. And there's a strict policy that we find because board members are only supposed to talk, and I'm not asking you this, I'm just making a statement. Board members are only supposed to discuss with one personnel in the school district, and that's the superintendent. That is the policy that we follow as board members, and I just wanted to state that. Second question.
Let me respond to it.
It was a yes or no. That was it. My second question is this. Are you related to any board members or their spouses that currently sit up here right now?
Related to board members.
Or their spouses in any way?
Dr. Jaime's wife is my husband's cousin, not through my bloodline or
Oh, okay.
marital.
Just to clarify for the validity. Thank you.
And just one quick comment on, yes, as a board member, that's the policy that we're supposed to follow.
That's
Is
policy.
it followed? You know, that's
You have to
probably not.
remember that I'm an
Probably not.
executive with the superintendent, so if the conversations are being directed to the superintendent and the superintendent directs me to follow through with what she was advised, then I'm following the directive from my supervisor. She's following the advice and the directive from the board. So there is no violation because you're right. The board was speaking.
But your statement was that I called administration on behalf of a board member.
But I said,
And that's not the role of any employee other than the superintendent. The superintendent's the only one that has,
scolded Dr. Canales.
at least that's the classes that I took and the information that I learned from TASB, that the board is only supposed to discuss and communicate with the superintendent, and then the superintendent at that time decides on what action or when they will take action to address any issues that a board member brings up, concerns that they bring from the community.
DC
I just
local.
wanted to verify that you said it, so
DC
thank you, ma'am.
local.
Okay, will you let her?
Conversations, and Coach Webb, you were in there. Conversations always occur with the superintendent.
Does the board member have a question for Ms.
I think Coach Quad was asking her to.
No, is she allowed to respond to what Mr. De Los
It was
Santos
yes or
said
no?
not?
If he asks a yes or no question, she answers his question.
Okay, it was yes or no.
Question,
Okay, yes or no?
Yeah.
And you gave an answer, correct?
Yeah, she said yes.
Okay.
so have a question.
Do I have one last question for Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes. Mr. Woodard, can you finish the question Mr. De Los Santos asked? That's my last question,
Yes.
as how the procedures work.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. So as I was mentioning, he's absolutely right. Those conversations were directly stated to Dr. Canales, but I was always privileged as presenting the HR items to be an executive session. So sometimes, in speaking to the superintendent, it was always, as I mentioned, the comment by Dr. Rivera, you can have Melba. That was a comment he made to the superintendent. You can have Melba follow up with the principal, and you can have Ms. Peterson follow up with the mother of the applicant. So he was directing to the superintendent, and I understood, having access to the conversation, that I would follow up. If the superintendent told me, go ahead and follow up. Because, even if board members were to mention something or call me, I have always been in the custom of informing the superintendent or any board member who has called me, thank you for bringing this up to my attention. Please make sure to bring it up to the superintendent during your Wednesday planning meeting. Only if I get the directive from the superintendent will I follow up. Thank you for advising me. That is the practice we have always had.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, now, are we gonna go back to the closing, or?
Executive?
Yeah, we'll just do very brief.
Very brief, it's late. I think everybody understands.
I think you go first, and I go last.
That's fine.
Okay.
Look, first of all, thank you for your attention. I do appreciate your attention. It's always been strange to me about political retaliation, because politics is used to get the position you're in. But there are very, very strict rules and liability and problems when that politics continues on after the election. I don't know why y'all chose this Weaver or why y'all chose to get an audit. I have no reason to suspect it was for an illegal or improper purpose. I don't live here in Weslaco. I don't pay taxes here. I read what I read in the paper, and I represent Weslaco people when they ask me to. But it's really hard, and even if it wasn't those things, sir, and I'm addressing you because you had mentioned it, even if the desire was to do the right thing because of what your constituents who voted you there and got you there, it's the facts that are going to be used to determine it. And the facts right now are, you had a single report issued to this board in June, discussed in closed meetings, and a month later, a bigger, stronger, heftier report is made in two, one specifically at her. You have a report that specifically says that she was involved in politics, suggesting, I assume, to explain why, well, that's how she got her job, even though there's nothing illegal about it. It may be distasteful, it may be unethical, but it's not against your policies, unless they're related. It's not against the law. But to then use a report for that purpose to fire somebody is against the law. It clearly violates the law, and he puts that in his report. I've shown you the problems he has. He talks about, well, that word nepotism. There were hoots and hollers out here, even in here, when that word was used. It has a negative connotation. She suffered tremendously for it. But the thing is, there's no way in the world, even Dr. Valdez says, that she could ever violate that policy. But he put it in there. I've shown you records that clearly conflict, or at least don't provide the full picture of this person's report. So whatever you think of the report, or whether you think you got your money's worth or not, somebody's going to pick it apart. And it was pretty easy to do. And I mentioned this because, and I mentioned about the politics is because I just can't imagine somebody who's worked for the district for 25 years, whose reports, whether they're stolen or not stolen, and all that business that we got sidetracked on, they're still good reports. They're positive evaluations. And I only gave you the ones to 2013, trust me, because y'all don't have them. I will have this week delivered every single one of them so they can be put back into her personnel file. We want them there, not out of there, because they help our case if we have one in the future. So it just surprises me why anyone, even when politics is involved, would want to get rid of a resource like that. There may have been some hanky-panky going on in the school district. I don't know. I really don't know. That's your job to find out. That's why people elected you. But as she said, y'all are kind of making her pay for the decisions of people above her. And, one thing you need to know and understand is the causes of action that if that should happen, that create out of that, don't make just the district liable. It allows individual persons who are involved in that to be liable. And I've been down that road in Donna, and I don't believe Weslaco's a Donna. I don't mean no disrespect to Donna, a lot of friends there. But I just hope you guys really, really consider this hard, because I don't think it's right, first of all. If there even were problems, and again, that's not my concern, it's yours. It doesn't seem to me they were at the staff level, and she's staff. So I thank you for your time. It was a pleasure representing Melva. I told her I hope I don't have to represent you in the future, but I'll be prepared to if we need to. And I trust me, I will get all of those reports, all of those Go back to 96. You had every single one of them. Surprised the heck out of me. You'll have those this week. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'll be very brief because what lawyers say is not fact. We make arguments. You all have to decide the facts based upon the information that's been presented to you. What I will say is I do want to address the political argument because counsel is right. People do get jobs for political reasons, and you can't fire them for political reasons. But if they get a job for political reasons and they're not competent or they don't do the job appropriately, you can fire them for good cause. You can fire them because of their performance. What I would suggest to you is look at the Weaver report and the things it points out as facts and corroborates with documentary evidence, exhibits, etc. Look at what they say with respect to the facts that they found concerning the performance of Ms. Segura and the HR department under Ms. Segura. Somebody's at the top of the chain there and has to make decisions. And if the policies and procedures are not adhered to, somebody has to answer for that. And I think you all understand that. You understand chain of command and how that works in a school district. What I'll suggest to you too is, given those facts and the application to the policies and procedures that you have, I would listen to your superintendent with respect to what she has recommended as far as her findings and her conclusions. She's got a lot of years' experience as an administrator to address these types of issues. She goes through and she points out in each instance why she believes that Ms. Segura's her performance would constitute good cause to support the recommendation for termination. I leave it to you to determine those facts and to apply those facts to your policies and procedures, but I think that the Weaver report and your superintendent's recommendations and analysis of that report will guide that decision. I'm also going to make sure that we understand that council has submitted their exhibits. I have as well the Weaver report, the 74-page report number 1, the letter that was sent on September 27th, 2021, notifying Ms. Segura of the recommendation for her termination, all the appendices and exhibits to the report, and at the request of council, I have also included Dr. Valdez's PowerPoint presentation with respect to the information to be considered as a record on the part of the board. Your board policy DCE, legal and local, says reasonable notice and an opportunity to challenge that evidence. What you will see is that evidence, of course, the report itself has been available for months and months. The other evidence has been provided to council. They've had the opportunity. We have even provided them information that's not been referenced tonight because they've requested that information be provided. So I would contend to the board that they have been given reasonable notice of the grounds for the recommendation and the evidence that would be provided in support. We've identified what that evidence is, and it is up to you to determine whether or not that evidence supports Dr. Valdez's recommendation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to visit with you.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. This hearing is not a criminal proceeding, and the proof necessary to terminate is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. However, any action to terminate should be supported by the information offered at this hearing. Throughout the decision-making process, the board should consider only the presentations and evidence presented tonight at this meeting. We will not consider any statement, rumor, or other information that we have heard outside of this hearing room. Thank you all for providing this information. The board will now adjourn to deliberate regarding the appeal. This deliberation will occur out of the presence of the parties. Any action will take place in open session. The deliberation may include consultation with the board's attorney, Mr. Sepulveda, in closed session under section 551.071 of the Texas Open Meetings Act.
May I approach Mr. Board President and hand you these exhibits?
Are we excused? Are we excused? Are we excused? No, we're good. I'm just going to go drop this off on my truck. Go.
that what he said?
I don't remember him saying.
No dijo nada.
The time?
Is he gonna say it's time, whatever time, session? He didn't announce it?
Go to back. I think Mr. Flores said we go to back. Was that enough?
10:26. Okay, the time now is 10:26, and we'll go into closed
Like
session.
the statements, was that enough?
And we're back in open session. Do I have a motion regarding this matter?
I'll make a motion.
Well, Coach Quinn, don't we have to hear the administration's recommendation?
Well,
Or, I mean, we'll-
I'm following what
Okay.
this,
She's already made the okay.
okay. So the recommendation is for termination. And do I have a motion regarding this matter?
Yes, I make a motion to accept.
There's a motion by
Yes.
Coach Trevino to accept the recommendation from the superintendent. Do we have a second?
Yes, sir.
Mark.
Mr. Los Santos,
I second the motion.
seconds?
Yes.
Is there any discussion in order? If not,
I just have a comment.
okay.
Dr. Valdez, you had the opportunity to evaluate the documents, and you have enough evidence on your recommendation for termination?
Yes, sir.
I also have a comment to make. I just wanted to state for all parties that the board had made a decision to hand over the analysis of the forensic audit to our two law firms that are representing the district, so that way they could look at the policies, look at the audit, look at the individuals that are named in there involved, look at the actions, and go by local, state, and federal policy to make recommendations to the superintendent. And as board members, we've taken an oath to represent our constituents and to support our administration and actions that they feel they need to take. Thank you.
Do we take it to vote now? Signify your approval by saying aye, and no if you do not approve. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Staita?
Aye.
Mr. Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez? Misty?
Aye.
Mr. Andrew Gonzalez?
No.
No. And the chair votes aye. Motion carries. This will serve as notice of the board's decision. This hearing is now concluded. The time now is 10:41.